Here we go. Thank you all. Good morning and super good morning to the Australian, to Joseph out there, who is ahead of us, who is into the future. Thanks for joining. Appreciate that. Here we go. Today we are on day 2. We had a good day yesterday. And we are going to cover, actually, the first half of today, we are going to cover entomology, and the second half, we'll have plant pathology session. So next slide, please. So before we dive into, we would like to thank our 2021 event sponsors. It's great because of your support, generosity, we are able to get this going. And for those who are interested to have their name up there, there's always an opportunity. Please contact Jerry Barron, and we can help you have your name up there as well. Thank you. Next slide, please. All right, back to you, Maddie.
All right, thanks, Venkat. So before we get into the meat of the workshop this morning, just a couple housekeeping and convention things. I see most people have done this already, but it's really helpful if you can identify yourself by your name and affiliation. You can do this by clicking the participants button at the bottom toolbar and then finding your name. There's a little arrow that says more, and then you just click rename, and you could just type your first, last name and organization. That just helps us see who's who as we're talking throughout the workshop. You'll notice that everyone, when you entered, was on mute. We ask that you remain that way, just helps minimize disruption. We do, of course, want to make sure that everyone gets a chance to speak if you do want to share any comments or questions. So as we're going through the project list, please just type Q in the chat and we'll make sure you get called on. We'll go to the next slide. There's a couple of ground rules. We do have a lot of projects to get through, and we do eventually want to get to our list of A nominations. So we just ask that everyone's mindful of the time. Again, we want everyone to be able to speak. Hopefully by having people type Q and keeping most people on mute by default, that can just minimize interruptions and make sure no one's talking over one another. And again, we just ask that you listen openly, ask each other genuine questions, and of course, be respectful of differing opinions. Next slide. One thing that you'll notice as you entered, you may have gotten there might be a little red button on the breakout rooms tab. So one thing that we have as an option throughout the day is this as needed discussion room. So if a conversation is going a little bit longer, or maybe it's something that the moderators decide that the whole group might not need to be involved in, we'll have the option for folks to move into a separate breakout room to have a discussion. We ask that people don't join it right now, otherwise there won't be anyone in there to chat with. But if Venkat or someone from the IR4 team wants to decide to move a conversation into there, then we can provide more instructions at the moment. Other than that, if you're having any technical issues or problems, feel free to message myself or Laura Robinson or anyone named Fountainworks. We'll work to get you squared away, and I will pass it back to Venkat. Thanks.
Thank you, Maddie. And just to let you know, yesterday we covered the weed science session, the materials and outcomes from the weed science session, both the food use program as well as integrated solutions. Jen has shared that information on the chat box, as I see. So feel free to monitor the chat box continuously. And if you have a key question, always throw in a Q there, and you'll be able to ask the question. Before we get into our today's session, I'd like to call out and check on, see if Jerry, would you like to make any further comments?
Sure. Thanks, Venkat. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay. So anyways, I just really want to compliment the group on what a great job they did yesterday in coming through the weed science priorities. This is a totally different way of doing things for many people to go through these things line by line. So, and a lot of new faces. So thanks so much for leading Venkat, and thanks for the whole team for putting that together. And I just wish the groups today equal success. So let's give it a go, and thank you for a chance to comment.
Thanks, Jerry. These are the workshop goals you're seeing. We have a lot of work to do. I'll be racing through fairly quickly, but the bottom line is we got to pick by tomorrow. We'll get into the more into the trying to tear it down session, where we'll go through and we'll eventually come up. We have to come up with 38 A residue studies, 8 H plus performance food use performance projects, and 8 A integrated solution projects. So please be cognizant that that we have a lot of work that needs to be done to get to where we want. Right now, we are kind of really off on these. But anyway, next slide. So there are total number of requests that have come this year, or 356. We have 125 for weed science, 91 for entomology, and 140 for plant pathology. Now, out of these 356 projects, at least one A nomination has been secured, and those are 203. So we have 88 from weed science, 44 from entomology, and 71 from plant pathology. I think compared to last year in entomology, we had 38. This year we are 44. So that's where we are, around the same numbers. Next slide, please. Understanding about the priority codes. When we are discussing about the residue projects and residue studies, A is the highest priority that we assign, and anything that's assigned A will move into the discussion, further discussion into, and anything that does not get an A, B, it is an important project, but as it's shown, it can wait a year. Now, please bear in mind that the 38 number comes from the flat funding that we have, and potentially, if we come up with additional funding, if the Congress approves additional resources, which will come perhaps later this year, we will not know now. And if that shows up, we will be picking more projects, and those will come from the B, just so that you're aware. C obviously indicates it's important. We'll keep it active and alive. And those that are not nominated for 3 straight years will drop 1 level. And if it's an E, finally, when it becomes priority F, of course, it's going to completely drop off the list. And this year we have 27 that are dropping off the list. Regarding performance priority codes, anything that is efficacy or crop safety testing that we are going to do will receive H, M, or L in this pass today. And once it is H, we will eventually bring it up to H+. The one that receives H+, we will move forward with our research plan testing next year. Next slide, please. Stoplight analysis. Nancy has talked about this yesterday. We went through the slides. Bottom line, those that are that EPA has deemed red are not shown on the list today. Those that have yellow, orange, or green we are going to walk through them today, whatever projects they are. And anything that is yellow or orange is already marked. That cell is marked with a yellow or orange. And with orange, we gotta really ask ourselves if we really want to move forward or not, because there is a substantial concern about its registration path. That's with yellow, of course, we always go with caution, but regardless, anything that is green, we are not going to discuss that it's green, because it automatically has as a clear path, so there are no issues or concerns about it. Next slide, please. We don't want to go into all these, but these are some of the criteria that are that we have used to select these for prioritization of these requests and nominations. Next slide, please. So for today's agenda, we'll start with entomology in the first half and then move on to pathology. We'll do the food use performance part, the first one, followed by integrated solutions, take a little bit of break, and then get on with the pathology session. Next slide, please. So the lead for the magnitude for the performance for the entomology session this morning is going to be Dr. Alicia Axtell. And we'll, again, keeping in mind what our goals are, 38 A residue projects with 8 H+ performance projects. That's our goal today. We'll start off this session. And Jimmy will be showing his screen or sharing his screen now. Jimmy? And before we start, I'll pose a question for Alicia or Jimmy. Any questions or thoughts, guys?
Well, good here. Good morning, everyone.
Doing well. Thank you very much.
Mary Lee, did you want to jump in? You typed a Q.
Thank you, Maddie. Yes, Venkat, I was curious if we have any idea yet how many regional upgrades there will be?
I do not have a good number on that. No, I do not. And I think we will have all that will be discussed between after the workshop to the end of the month, merely. So no, I do not have a clear view of what the regional upgrades are at this point.
Thank you.
Venkat, this is Mike. It will be important to try to get a sense of those before we get to tomorrow's session, because those are used very often by the regions to be able to work with a reduction. And I know Jerry has a couple numbers in mind. You might want to just discuss that off afterwards.
If you're asking whether how many regional upgrades will be picked, it will be 5 in total.
Okay, thanks. That's it.
Yep. Okay, thank you. But to Mary Lee's question again, if you're asking how many are coming in or things like that, I do not have a view on that, Mary Lee.
No, I wanted that number, Venkat. Thank you.
5. Okay, thank you. Perfect. Any other questions? All right. Here we go. Starting with crop group, again, just for those folks who are joining for the first time to get an understanding, column A represents the PR number, and we are all, this one is based off of the crop grouping. So we'll go one by one through each crop grouping as the number goes up. So that's how we're going to do. And under column F, if you see these yellow highlighted ones, these are the ones that EPA has cautioned, has given a proceed with caution, the yellow light on the stoplight analysis. And there are some comments here on column G that you can see. So as we go through, based on the responses from stakeholders and RFCs, we will assign a priority to each project, which will show up in column B. So that is pretty much, and right after the first pass, when we cover everything, the results, again, just like yesterday, Jen will be posting them under the workshop materials, and the link will be made available or sent to you, and please look out for that on the IR4 website. All right, thank you. All right, without any further delay, starting with crop group 1, we have 1A nomination. Question: did we miss any nominations from the non-A nominated lists? Okay, so we have only one here, and that is PR 13137, Brooklynalids on sweet potato. Project status is needs efficacy and crop safety data only. A nomination came in from Southern region.
And then, Kat, this is Janine. This is a strong interest in the Southern region. We would like to make this an H, please.
Good, thank you. And by the way, this one also, Jimmy, the Brooklyn lady is yellow. It's caution.
Venkat, this is Craig from BASF.
I would say that sweet potatoes are registered use. So for this particular PCR, it should not be yellow, and it should be HQ update should be reviewed with EPA caution, because that was a comment from August of 2020, and we secured registration of the active ingredient earlier this year. So that EPA caution should be removed. But EPA did put a caution on the following one, onion, which is not a registered use yet. And I think that's a fair assessment that it can be a yellow.
Thank you, Craig. Appreciate that update. And yes, we will give an H to this one. Next one, we did not have any nominations from crop group 2. And we are moving now to, so just wanted to check if there were any that were missed from crop group 2. Okay, we have one A nomination from crop group 3-7. And the question is, did we miss any nominations from this crop group? Okay, we start off with 12799 Proflanolid on onion, and the project status is researchable, residue ECS data needed, and the nomination came from Western region. And just
Michael, it looks like your mic may not be working properly. I'll send you the call-in information, but it's just sounding a little squeaky and distorted.
This is Stephen. We definitely want an H on this one.
let's go with an A on
H,
this one.
yeah.
This is researchable residue and ECS data needed, Stephen, so we can go with an A.
And Venkat, I want to back that up. There should have been an A in there from the Northeast region. And it was a New York request, and there's already work being done. So we'd like to have an A also.
Excellent. Thank you.
My
And just-
understanding, though, is that we still need we need change in rates on the efficacy work before we can move it forward to an A. But maybe Craig wants to talk about that.
No, that is correct. When this project was started in 2019, it had the full rate in the soil, even with a seed in-furrow treatment or even seed treatment. But since it's registered, upon EPA assessment, we feel that a reduction in rate is needed to be able to secure our registration on onion. So I think this is not yet ready for residue studies, and we were asking for an additional year of efficacy data at the lower use rates that I think I've replied back to IR4 with. So I don't think this is ready for residue, but I do think another year of efficacy is justified.
So Craig, the current project status is showing as researchable, residue ECS data needed. We have to change that back to potential ECS data before approval for residue study. Do you agree?
That's fine.
Thank you. All
And
right.
this is Alicia. In addition to that, this is a project that was also selected in Canada for this upcoming year.
Yep. And we are only going for dry bulb onions on this one. All right, moving on.
That's correct, yes.
Venkat, this is Michael. I just want to make sure, is that better?
Yep, we hear you, Michael.
Thank you.
And Venkat, this is Van. Just before you get any further, did Craig indicate that the sweet potato is a registered use now? So there
Sweet
wouldn't need,
potato, yes.
so there wouldn't need to be an H priority for that, because that would come up for a further discussion, but it's not needed, right?
So this,
Van, this is Craig. The crop is a registered use, but the pests under this PCR are not on the label. So we were requesting additional efficacy data on the beetle complex that's infesting sweet potato.
Perfect, Craig, thanks.
I believe also the additional use patterns besides just the in-furrow application. Yes.
That's correct.
Thanks,
That's correct.
okay. So we go on now to crop groups 6, and I did not see any nominations from crop group 4 or 5. So the question is, did we miss any nominations from crop group 4 or 5? Okay. What about, there are 2 nominations here for crop group 6. Did we miss any nominations for crop group 6? Okay, we start off with PR 12800, ISM 555 on bean, and the project status is potential. ECS data before approval for residue study. Nominating region is Northeast. That received an A.
Northeast would like an H, please.
H. Thank you, Marilyn. Then we have PR 12801, ISM 555 on P for seed corn maggot again. Project status is potential. ECS data before approval for residue study. Northeast region has nominated, gotten an A.
And yes, we would like an H for that. Apparently there's been work done this year in Delaware, and I have a note that it may be a potential manufacturer objective. Is there any news on that?
We will, I think maybe the manufacturer would, I don't believe so. I haven't heard anything like that, merely, but we will follow up with the manufacturer on this one.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, on crop group, we are coming to 8 now. Did we miss any nominations from crop group 7? We have three A nominations from crop group 8. Did we miss any nominations within this crop group? Okay. PR number, we will start off with 13090, BCS 991 on eggplant. This is greenhouse, and the project status is researchable. Only residue data is needed. And the
B, please.
B on this one. Thank you, Michael. PR 08521, chlorophenapir on greenhouse peppers. Project status is labeled need ECS data to add crop pest to the label. We have 3 A nominations, 1 from Northeast, Southern, and Western region.
H plus, please. This is the only pepper we're putting in this year. The next one will be a B.
Please be aware that this is APA caution.
Yep. We'll go with, for now then, Mike, we'll go with an H. And which region is this? I'm assuming it's a Southern region you're nominating from.
Yes, I'll be nominating from the Southern.
Perfect, thank you.
I'm actually representing all 4 at this point because we have folks coming on in a few minutes, but.
And I'll just speak for the Southern region. This is definitely a need in our region, so we support it.
Yeah, this is pepper weevil, which is the only reason peppers aren't grown in the South most of the time.
Got you. Because we don't have a Western or Northeast requesting state on this one.
And Kat, there is support from the Northeast. I can work on getting a me too, but I have a question. Can we do the efficacy and crop safety work in high tunnel to cover greenhouse?
Good questions, Mary Lee. Mike, I don't see a reason why we can't.
In fact, the EPA, if Nancy's on, they have in the past requested data for high tunnel from greenhouse. They've gone back and forth between the high tunnel and greenhouse data. So I don't know why not.
Any comments, Nancy?
Yeah, this is one of my least favorite questions in the world, and I think Mike saying we've gone back and forth is probably the nicest way to say it. But yes, my understanding is high tunnel is considered greenhouse because it's enclosed. You get into issues as to how enclosed it is, but I guess I kind of defer to IR4 study protocols. And Mike, it sounds like Mike has a lot of experience there.
Thank you, Nancy.
Yeah, Venkat, this is Craig. Well, it's simply adding a pest to the label. This use is registered for peppers in the greenhouse. So we're adding a pest to the label. So it's not that data will be required at EPA, but a better question is, would that high house be acceptable in California? Because the efficacy data to add that pest will need to go to California. So that's the real question. I'm less concerned about EPA federally, more concerned in terms of that protocol and that use setting for California.
This is Alicia. I am actually in contact with the DPR and I asked them these questions and they're working towards providing an answer. It's taking a little bit longer than expected, but an answer was promised to us.
Good, excellent, Alicia. You're a step ahead of all of us. Thank you.
Thank you.
And
PR.
can I just point out why I asked that question is because working in a greenhouse for efficacy and crop safety is very expensive and very difficult to do. I wouldn't propose residues in a greenhouse, but we have availability of high tunnels for that kind of work. Just a comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Marilee. I think certainly for this one, we can do it, no problem. 13089 BCS 991 on greenhouse peppers. The project status is researchable, only residue data is needed. We have
Venkat, this is
Yep.
Michael. I'm sorry, I got a little confused on chlorfenapyr. Is that an EPA caution? I thought I heard somebody say that, but maybe I misunderstood.
Yes, it is since 2015.
Okay, so should that be a yellow on the sheet?
Nancy, is it still a yellow?
It didn't come in to us this year because
It's a registered use. It's a registered use. You're only adding a pest, so there's no
Exactly.
reason to be a yellow.
I
Okay.
agree. So
And again, we were requesting an H+ if possible, because this is really our only priority on peppers this year because it's so high.
Yeah. My recollection about chlorfenapyr, the risk is from outdoor use and not a greenhouse use.
Yeah, the greenhouse use is registered.
Exactly.
Okay.
believe it may have been submitted for EPA review in 2015. That's when it got a yellow. That doesn't translate to 2016, 17, 18, 19, 20, and 21. It has not been resubmitted because it's for efficacy only.
Okay. Thanks, Van. Okay. So we are going to 13089 BCS 991 greenhouse peppers. It's researchable, only residue data is needed. We have a nomination from Northeast.
B.
Got a B, thank you. PR 12802 ISM 555. Okay, before, now we are going to crop group 9. We have 4 A nominations from crop group 9. Were there any nominations that were missed?
This is Mike Bledsoe, 12673, which is Meravis Prime or fludeoxonil and pidiflumethafen is not on there.
That is under the pathology projects, Mike.
Oh, I apologize. You're right. I apologize.
Oh, no problem. Any other questions? Okay, here we go with 12802 ISM 555 on cantaloupe. Project status is potential. ECS data before residue study. Nominating region is Northeast. We received an A.
Northeast would like an H, but also have a question about this one. Is there any systemic activity to control cucumber beetle or squash vine borer?
I will take that question, Marilee, and we will work with the registrant.
Thank you, Venkat.
Sure thing. All right. PR number 12803 ISM 555 on cucumber. Project status potential ECS data before approval for residue study. Nominating region is Northeast.
And we would like an H for this. You can see where this is going regionally. Thank you.
Sure thing. We have another one that is 13318. Exactly. We are not going to cover that. We'll move on. Then we have PR 10751, tebufenozide, and it's greenhouse cucumbers. Project status is researchable, only residue data is needed. We have all 4 regions that have nominated A on this one. We got a EPA yellow on this one.
Hey, Venkat, I'm sorry. Can you go back to 13318? What was the decision on that? Why was it taken off?
That was Valent requested to place this PCR on hold.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
And,
Sure
and
thing.
Michael, they also said that it would be 2026 before anything's ever happening on that. At
Thank
least
you.
that's what I'd heard earlier.
So back to 10751. Any comments?
Yeah, we're going to place a B on that. Our interest will be with the fungicides. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now
B.
moving on to,
The next one's a B too, both greenhouse raspberry, caneberry, unless there's somebody else that wants to speak up for it. The greenhouse growers don't.
okay, I have to just ask, there are 5 A nominations under crop group 13. Are there any that were missed in crop group 13? Okay, so the first one, 0582, you're saying, Mike, you want to give it a B?
The greenhouse grower group does at this point, but there may be other folks out there that these are priorities for. These were not ours.
Okay, we go with a B on this one for caneberry. PR 12601, Benazequin on caneberry. Again, this is another greenhouse use. Project status is researchable, residue and ECS data needed. Northeast, southern, and western regions have given A on this one.
The southern region would like to see this as a for now, please.
Okay, thank you, Janine. The next one, 13320. We are not going to discuss that. It's manufacturer objective on strawberry. So moving on. Next one is 11679, cyanotrimidine on greenhouse strawberry. Project status is need ECS data only. We have all 4 regions that have gotten a nomination from all 4 regions.
A, please.
A, thank you, Michael. Then goes 13346, flunicamide on greenhouse strawberry. The project status is researchable, residue and ECS data needed. We have A from Northeast, Southern, and Western regions.
B. B, please.
B from, if it is Southern, then there's no, okay, gotcha. It's a B.
Venkat, I believe the one above that, the cyanotrimidine.
Oh.
Yeah, there it is, an H. That's what I was going to suggest.
Agreed.
Right, right.
Okay, perfect. We finished. PR 12, now we go to crop group 17. I did not see any nominations under 14, 15, or 16. Did we miss any? Did we miss any nominations in this crop group? There are only 2 nominations for crop group 17. Okay. PR number 12248, indoxacarb on grasses. Project status is researchable, only residue data is needed. We have received a nomination from Western region.
We'd like to keep this as an A, please.
I thought this was manufacturer objective.
No, this is researchable, only residue data needed for now, Alicia.
Okay. Then we need to update the spreadsheet too.
Okay. PR number 13354, Lambda Psi. We are not discussing this, is the manufacturer objective. Moving on. No PCRs were nominated to crop group 18 and 19. Are there any that are missing? Okay, there we go. We have 2 A nominations for crop group 20. Did we miss any nominations? Thank you. Okay, PR 13202, methoxyphenozide and spinodoram on sesame. Project status is researchable, only residue data is needed. We have received an A nomination from Southern Region.
Venkat, this is Janine. This product is the preferred product for sesame leaf roller in sesame. There's been a lot of work with this and it's a pretty good product. I was wondering if Corteva could comment on their support of methoxyphenozide.
If Brian is there on the call, or Samantha. I know we went back and forth a lot on this one earlier this year.
Venkat, I'm on the call, but I'll have to go back to my notes. I think Brian is on the call. If not, I'll get an answer.
I'm on the call here.
All right, Brian.
Repeat that question.
My question was whether Corteva had an update on their support of methoxyphenozide, because earlier in the year, we were told that they were only supportive of moving forward with the spinetoram. So I was wondering if there was some updated information on that.
Yeah, well, we would be supportive of both of those. If they want both, we'd be supportive of both.
As the Intrepid Edge, as the
Right,
dual AI.
exactly, as the dual Intrepid Edge, yes.
Okay, okay. Southern Region would like to keep this as an A, please.
Okay, great, thank you. PR 13128, broflanilide, sunflower. This is a seed treatment. Project status is potential ECS data before approval for residue study. Received a nomination from North Central.
North Central, but keep an A.
Okay, it's an H then. Thank you, Tony. All right, did not see any nominations. Moving on to 23, did not see any nominations for 21 and 22. Did we miss any nominations? Okay, we received only one A nomination from 23B. Any missing there? Okay, PR number 13316, tolfenpyrad on guava, and project status is potential ECS before approval for residue studies, and the A nominating region is Southern.
Yeah, so make that a H.
Okay, make it an H. Moving on to crop group 24, there are 9 nominations, A nominations. Did we miss any? Okay, start off with 13319, BCS 991 on lychee. The project status is potential ECS data before approval for residue study. Then we received an A from Southern Region.
Yeah, make it an H.
H for this one. PR 08560, zeta-cypermethrin on lychee. Project status is researchable, only residue data is needed. Nominating a region is Southern.
Yeah, make that an A.
Make that an A. PR 13312, ISM 555. Commodity here is avocado. Project status potential ECS data before approval for residue study. Nominating region is South.
Yeah, H.
H on this one. Okay. The next one is sulfoxaflora that received a red from EPA. It's on hold. We are not going to discuss about it. PR 13306, cyantriniprole on dragon fruit. Project status researchable, residue and ECS data needed. We received an A from Southern Region.
Yep, make that an A.
A. PR 133.
Excuse me, Venkat?
Yep.
Oh, could I ask Sheldon for the strawberry and the dragon fruit? Are we going to be having to look for the metabolite? I don't know. I think Sheldon's on.
Yeah, he's.
I expect, yes, you'll be looking for the metabolite in the residue analysis.
Okay, just something for us to plan for now. Thank you.
Thanks, Matt. Thanks, Sheldon. Go to 13313 ISM 555 on dragon fruit. Potential ECS data before approval for residue study. Southern region is given it an A nomination.
Yeah, H.
Okay. 13077 on sulfur, dragon fruit. The project status is under evaluation. That received an A nomination from Southern region.
Yeah, H.
Well, H, but I'd like to ask a question to, we don't know, it's under evaluation. So is there anyone from UPL on the call here, please? I'd like to change the status. So we will give it an A then. If you meant an A, we will give it an A, but it's just to let you know it's under evaluation.
No, I said H. H as in Harold.
Yeah, okay. Under the notes then, please, Jimmy, if you could make a note that it's under eval. Thank you. PR 13317, Tolfen Pyrad, dragon fruit. Project status is potential ECS data before approval for residue study. Nominating region is South.
Yeah, an H.
H, okay, thank you. PR 13305, Zeta cypermethrin on dragon fruit. Project status is researchable residue and ECS data needed. Southern region has nominated A.
I understand that has an EPA caution.
This is Nancy. I mean, that one specifically didn't come in, but Zeta cypermethrin on lychee did, and that's a caution. So same thing.
The only other thing I would say is the comment was that if this is for the EPA caution, my understanding was for if they were going to export the fruit, and the fruit is not going to be exported. This is for the national market, but we're going to make it a B for right now.
Okay, and Jonathan, just the reasoning was for pollinator risks. So our caution didn't have anything to do with export.
Okay, well, you know, they bloom at night, so
okay,
so the honeybees don't have to worry. It may be some others though. Yeah.
Okay.
But it's a B.
Thank you. We will give it a B then. And now we go to crop group 99. There are 14 A nominations. Did we miss any nominations in here? Crop group 99. Okay. Start off with 13048, abamectin on hemp. Project status is researchable, residue and ECS data needed. We received A nominations from Northeast, Southern, and Western region.
Is Rick Besson or David Owens on? If not,
Unfortunately, I do not think David Owens is on.
okay. And Rick Besson's, they were going to champion it. They won an A for that. This is Mike Bledsoe. As you know, I facilitated it, but they're the ones that picked that as an A.
So if it is Rick, it's coming from Southern region, is that right?
Southern region certainly supports this. Yes, please, an A.
That was actually it was unanimously decided across the country.
Yeah, because David Owens coming from Delaware, there's no requesting state there, merely.
I know, Venkat. I can talk to him if he wants to put in a me too. I know there was support in New York also, but do we know the EPA status on this one?
This is Nancy. It didn't come in this year. I also just pulled up last year's. Let me do some digging. I think there's some cumulative risk issues, but let me confirm that before tomorrow.
Thank you, Nancy. PR 13, yep. Any questions?
I'm sorry to be a squeaky wheel here, but I also want to know on each one of these if this is like some says industrial hemp only, and I guess to be clear, if it includes CBD hemp.
We will be doing work for CBD on residues if it is picked up.
Okay.
If it is prioritize, absolutely.
Thank you.
And the decisions, if you, Marilee, was across the board for all uses. Industrial, among the researchers, is considering the CBD as well, so.
Right. 13009 Equinosil on hemp, researchable residue and ECS data needed. Nomination claim from Northeast.
I'm going to go ahead and answer for these, unless there's some of the researchers, it'll be a B, please.
Okay, thank you, Michael. 13006 biphenazate. Project status, researchable residue and ECS data needed. Northeast region has nominated, given it an A.
B, please.
B.
Marilee, you feel free to step on me anytime here. I'm just reading what the group did.
No, that's okay, Michael. I had intended to take a B for these, if there's no objection from others in the Northeast.
PR 13010 bifenthrin, and project status is researchable, ECS and residue data both are needed. We have Northeast region that's requesting and giving it an A.
B, please.
We can take a B.
Okay, all right. 13000 chlorantraniliprole on hemp. Project status is researchable residue ECS data needed. We have two A's, one from Southern region and the other from Northeast.
B, please.
Mike, to confirm, this one also includes CBD.
And the cyantoprol doesn't?
We have the chlorantraniliprole and cyanotraniliprole. FMC also supports CBD oil.
So both of those support CBD, right?
Yes, at the
Because
latest.
the group centered on the cyantoprol as the A and the other one as a B. So this is a B, to be clear, at least from the group.
Okay.
And again, Mike, just want to let you know, we received it was
I see
made
that.
from potential to researchable this morning.
Is that yellow though? Is that going to be, oh no, that's wrong. different
No.
one. No, it's not. It's the one below it. So yeah. Which one was the one we just went for the B you said was now researchable?
Yes.
Okay. The group did center on the 13307 as the A.
Okay.
So this is a B, we'll go with a B.
Right, yes, sir.
PR 13307, cyanotraniliprole, it's researchable residue and ECS data. Southern region has given it an A.
A, please. Actually, it was all the regions. We have to get those Me Too's in because this was united across the country.
Yeah, those are missing then. Okay, thank you, Mike. PR 13035, cycloniliprole, project status is researchable, only residue data is needed. We have two A's, Southern and Northeast. A.
The group had picked the other two A's. This would be a B based on what the group put together.
And so it is B. PR 13036, patoxazole, project status potential ECS data before approval for residue study. Northeast has nominated A.
Banquet, all the rest of the hemps are B unless somebody wants to champion one of them.
So I'm hearing a B on 13036. I'm hearing a B on 13004. I'm hearing a B on 13033. I'm also hearing a B on 13005. I'm hearing a B on 13056. Did I miss anything on the hemps? Anyone want to contest?
Mike Bledsoe. Hey, Derek, I'm on a call with the IR4, but I think I just finished up, so I'm okay to talk. What's up?
Maddie, can you?
I sent you an email last night, but you never replied. Looks like we have a.
Hey, Mike, you need to.
Thank you.
I wanted to ask another question. The 13307, I'm sorry to go back. I think this says in the database it's industrial hemp only. Can we clarify if that includes CBD?
Yes, Mary Lee, I did clarify with the manufacturer. It does include CBD.
Thank you, Alice.
Which one was that, Mary Lee?
13005, is that right?
No,
it's
13307.
7, okay. That's with the FMC, yes. For row number 40.
Doug, did you want to go ahead with your cue? And then we have one from Kyle. We have a couple things in the chat.
My cue was for hops. I was getting ahead of myself.
Okay. All right. Any questions on hemp now?
Yes, Venkat, what happened to 13072? Is that a B as well? I didn't see it on the list, but it was on one of the other materials.
What is 13072? I don't know.
It was a pyrophenone.
Is that an insecticide? Pyrophenone?
Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
Okay.
Kyle, did you want to go ahead with your question?
Yeah, Kyle Briscoe with C-Pro, 13056 SP3014 and hops. Venkat, I don't know if you spoke with Lay about this, but we've decided to make that researchable ECS data needed prior to residue.
Did we jump ahead to one? Hang on.
It has a B there. That's why I want to make sure that we didn't miss that.
Yes, that is potential need ECS data before residues.
Yep.
And right now I'm hearing that should be an M. Yeah, correct.
Matt, did you have a question?
Yeah, I'm just, when we identify something as industrial hemp, but yet want to do CBD, what is that going to require in terms of the samples that we're going to have to analyze for? Is it going to be any different than the current hemp projects where we're looking at seed and flower FLOUR and hemp hearts and all those other fractions?
And at this point, I think it's probably the same.
Okay, so all 9 fractions will have to be analyzed for that project.
Yeah, well, I mean, the real question will be is we can segment it now, but likely have to go back later and do all these other fractions as companies become more desired to enter into this market. I mean, it's just segmented in a certain way right now, and I think it's artificially being segmented because they don't want to be in the market.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, this is Nancy. If I could weigh in on that, my understanding is right now we are registering things for use on hemp, period, and not splitting out industrial hemp. And that's our current approach, but that could change. But I had the same question about hemp versus industrial hemp, so that might be worth just cleaning up for consistency if you're treating them the same.
Well, we have that fancy new extractor, so I want to make sure we use it.
Well, I'm hoping that anything that gets an A priority here gets the residues run through for the CBDs, whether or not the manufacturer is supporting it now. At least we'll have the data if that changes.
Well, that's the plan, Mike. But the other thing is, and maybe Matt and Michael, you know a little bit more about it. But my understanding is that the state of California approved the use of CBDs in foods internally in the state, which I don't know if they have the regulatory authority to do it, but I understand they did it, which opens up a whole lot of questions about CBD residues.
Okay. Any other thoughts? Questions? Okay. We're moving on now to hops. PR number 13311, spidoxamat on hops, and the project status is researchable. Only residue data is needed. We have received a nomination from Western Region.
We'd like to see that DNA from the West.
Okay, there's an A. And the last one on the list here is PR 12643, lambda cyhalothrin quinoa. Researchable residue and ACS data needed. It's an EPA caution. We received a nomination from Western Region.
We can move that to a B.
Thank you. So we have 17 A's and 16 H's here. Jimmy, is that right?
Correct. We have 7 A's and 16 H's. That's correct.
Interestingly, last year after the first pass, we had 18 A's for insecticides. So that's all we have here. Any other questions on this one before we jump into integrated solutions?
This is Debbie. I just have one question.
Go ahead.
In 306. I had that as an A, and I'm not matching with Jimmy.
Let's go back, Jimmy.
13306.
Hemp 13306.
Dragon fruit, is that researchable or is it potential?
Dragon fruits. 13305.
That's researchable residue and efficacy crop safety data needed.
Okay, so then that should be an A, correct?
13306 cyantriniprole is researchable residue and ECS data needed. That is correct. So it should be an A.
Okay.
Thank you, Debbie.
Thank you, Debbie.
Thank you, Alicia. Any other questions? We have lots of time. We were planning to start at about little after 1 o'clock for the integrated solutions. So we went through kind of in a rapid succession here. So we have some time to tease out, comment on this one. Jerry, what should we do here? I mean, we have some time now. We went through the first pass. And should we take a break or rather actually finish up the integrated solutions now and then get back into the priority setting at 2 o'clock for plant pathology? Because I don't know if everyone is on or not. Shall we? Yeah.
I'm going to suggest maybe we take a half-hour break now and come back at 12:30 and start the integrated solutions. And then once we're finished with the integrated solutions, then we take another break and start the plant pathology right at 2. Let me pose that to the regional field coordinators. Do you think that there's any issue about taking or starting the integrated solutions at 12:30 versus starting at 1:10?
This is Michael. I am just a little concerned that there are folks who are planning to join, at different sessions. And if we move it up, there's the possibility that folks, we can try to get a hold of them during the break, but they may miss joining until late.
Yes,
That's what,
I echo that from the southern region.
I agree.
okay. Well, I think we have a good consensus there then. Why don't we all return at 1:10 sharp and be ready to start with the integrated solutions?
Ben Cat, I've got a question. On the ratings, you know, we were giving H's. Were you also taking H pluses?
H plus will come in the final, once we are done with all the H's here. We'll come back with Jonathan with the H pluses later.
Okay.
And we'll select 8 H pluses from the H's that we have selected.
Okay, thanks.
Venkat,
Yep.
this is Michael. I'm not looking for an answer for this right now, but I'll just put it in the back of your mind. Just based on 2 sessions we've completed so far, it seems like there are an awful lot of H's. Has there been any discussion, or could there be some discussion if we are light on residue projects, but heavy on performance, the H projects, that the number of H projects could be increased if we decreased a residue project? I know you can't answer that right now, but it's a question that's coming up and I'm thinking about.
That's a good question. Yeah, Michael, definitely we'll look into that and come back.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Any other questions? I know we went through the food use part of it. Any other questions before we log off here and join for the integrated solutions at 1:10?
Yeah, it's just the earnest money. That's all I'm talking about.
Okay, so perhaps on the Maddie and team, if you can throw it in there under the comments that we'll come back at 1:10, and I think that would be helpful.
Thing, it's in the chat, and we'll check in periodically just to remind folks.
Great. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Have a good one all. All right. Good afternoon all, and thanks for joining. Maddie, shall we get this show going?
Yep, that sounds good, Venkat.
All right. Here we go. We are going to now get on with the integrated solutions. Before this, we dive into our projects, and wanted to check with Jerry to see if there are any questions. Jerry?
Me, no, not at this time.
Okay. Any comments? Nothing. Okay, we'll take this off. And so here we are. We finished the priority setting for this morning on the food use program. Now we are into the integrated solutions. Our goal is to get to 8 new priorities for all 3 disciplines. That's a tough order. For the, I wanted to introduce biology lead, Dr. Alicia Axtell, who will be working on the call here with me, leading the entomology project. And so any housekeeping rules we want to go through, Maddie, before we dive into projects here?
Just a reminder to everyone, I think it's worked out pretty well, but if you do have a question or comment, please just type Q in the chat box and we'll make sure to call on you. That way we can make sure that there's minimal interruptions. But yeah, back to you, Venkat.
Right there. Thank you very much. Here I go. I'm sharing my screen. Is it coming through okay?
Yes.
Perfect, thank you. All right, just to kind of give you a very quick overview of where we are with the dashboard here, we, as outlined pretty much for integrated solutions, one of the key things is to have multiple products to look at, to assess under these 4 different areas primarily. And that's how we look at these requests to make an assessment on the nomination And this year we have 62 of them that fall into this bucket. As you can see, the number matches up with disciplines as well. And within the request, this is how the nominations were made. We have 34A from Northeast, 8 from North Central, 13 from Southern Region, and 13 from Western Region. Just to kind of keep in mind, we have some projects going over from 2021 into 2022, and that's consuming almost close to, if not half, just a shy under that. And we are going to pick about 8 priorities.
Hey, Venkat, it looks like,
for this kind of dollar figure. So
it looks like your audio.
Yeah, go ahead, Maddie.
Sorry, it looks like your audio is a little choppy. Would you maybe try turning off your video for now? It might help save. Thanks.
Thank you, Maddie. Appreciate that. Yep. Okay, here we go. I hope we are not going to have a repeat of what we had yesterday with the technical glitch, but I will ask, we'll kind of take a look into the carryover projects before we look at the new projects. So briefly, Alice, could you run through this?
Sure. We have identified 4 different, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, very good. So IR4 has identified 4 different integrated solution projects as a carryover for 2022. You can see them here. The first one pertains to cabbage maggots in brassica leafy greens. The second one pertains to hemp russet mites in hemp. The third one pertains to control of thrips in green onions. And the fourth one pertains to grape leaf hoppers in grape. All of the project, for the most part, are complete.
Any questions on the cat? Yep. You were breaking up there, Alice, so we didn't know if you were done.
Okay, I was just mentioning that most of the trials are complete, so we're waiting for the final reports. And that's about it for these projects.
Any questions on carryover projects into 2022?
Will these 4 be carried over or are they completed?
So right now, these ones are on year 1. So the trials will be, the year 1 will be completed for these projects. However, the carryover means that there could be a possibility that these projects will also be conducted in 2022. And something I have to remark again is that although these projects have been identified as a preferred carryover for 2022, however, the carryover is not guaranteed because it depends on the quality of the data and when the data are actually received to make this decision. And this is particularly due to the flat budget this year. So IR4 has to be a little bit more strict on which product.
Thank you very much, Alicia. Appreciate that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Again, I apologize if I was interrupting. It was not on purpose because the audio was choppy.
Venkat, that might just be on your end. She's coming through clear over here.
Apologies there. Okay.
Yeah, we have no trouble hearing her, Venkat.
Okay. Thanks, Michael. Thanks, Thomas. Any other comments, Alice?
Nope, unless there is any question.
Perfect. Thank you much. All right, here we go. We are going into these are the A nominations for the integrated solutions for 2021. Just wanted to again remind you, we have to pick in total 8 projects, and you're seeing a superscript here behind these, a common superscript that denotes a potential for the projects to be combined into one. Just wanted to kind of put it out there. So if you think there's an opportunity to combine them, that would be helpful. It would make sense. So without any delays, I will jump into the first one here, IS 0002. on your PDF page, if you're following PDF document, it's on page number 13. So Alicia, you want to run through this? We received 2 A nominations from Northeast and North Central.
Northeast wants an A, please.
Northeast wants an A. Okay. What about potential combination of these? Any thoughts on that?
It looks like the 2 requests are pretty much
Alicia, any
identical.
comments? Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like the request is for the same potential solution. The product that is recommended here for testing is Combi Protect in both cases. So we could potentially combine these 2 in 1. The only difference is in the crops. The first request is for berry and small fruits. The second one is for all crops. So perhaps we might want to maintain 416 and have 026 underneath that one. If that makes sense.
The Northeast interest is blueberry.
Yeah, same with North Central. As long as all crops means would cover blueberries, that would be good. But all crops would be fine otherwise.
Michael, any thoughts on that?
Vaughn Walton, are you on that you can speak to this? Unless I hear from someone else, no problem with combining these with these projects and, you know, working out what crop it would be on afterwards. So we'd support that.
This is Mary Lee. Cesar, would you have any comments for us?
Yes, sorry, I missed part of the conversation. A grower just called me, and so I just finished my conversation with him. So I'm sorry I missed the first part of the conversation. But yeah, so I'm the one that submitted the request for Combi Protect. I don't know how the discussion went, but it's a bait that that is being sold already in Europe, and the company is very interested in introducing it to the US, but we don't have much data on its efficacy. So the idea is like, as a bait, you mix it with an insecticide, and the hope is that you will use less insecticide in your crop. When I submitted the request, I included blueberries because that's the crop that I work on. But you know, there's definitely potential to being used in other crops.
Looks like we have a cue from Dan Peck. Dan, go ahead.
Yeah, Cesar answered most of my questions. I guess the thought would be whether the goal is to test the bait, or will there be thought about the different kind of insecticides that will be used in that bait?
Then are you referring to Basin tea?
Well, that's one of my interests, but I'm referring to any kind of insecticidal bait through ingestion that could work on that bait.
Dan, to answer your question, like that would be great. Like the company already tested, of course, you know, some selected insecticides. So so they know, for example, that the diamides and also the spinosids, they work with the product, but I don't, as far as I know, they haven't tested like your products, you know. It's like a spear, you know, any of the peptides that you're testing. So that would be something, you know, that we should look into. Also, like, you know, what other products that are reduced risk are compatible with this, you know, bait.
Danny, did you want to go ahead with your question?
Yeah, hey,
for the Western region, or at least for Oregon, and possibly some Washington as well, our interest would be in berries as well as cherries.
We also have a cue from Doug and Kathy. Doug, why don't you go ahead?
Well, Danny just basically made my point, and I guess Caesar, my question for you is, what about organic uses with the bait? Is the bait going to be organically acceptable?
Right now, I think I discussed this with a company. Right now, it's not organically approved, but I think they are going to look into it. Right now, they use it for conventional growers, but yes, that's a possibility. It's just, the bait is just attractants, that you can add to your insecticide within your sprayer with a phagostimulant.
Great. Okay, because that's a large proportion of our acreage in Eastern Washington is being produced organically in blueberries.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. And the point I made, actually, Danny kind of covered it, at least a part of that too, is that often we have spotted wing building up in cherries towards the end of the harvest season here as well, and then moves into neighboring raspberry and blueberry crops. So I'd be happy to, see the projects combined, or at least keep them a little broader to start with.
Okay.
So it sounds like we are interested in incorporating insecticides as well on top of the CombiProtrack technology, correct?
And that's what Dan was interested. Like, to me, that would be something that we should look into, because Doug also mentioned some organic,
Yes.
for organic growers, that would be good, to test some organic options. So I think that's definitely like that would be a good, we need efficacy right now. The product is being sold in Europe, and the company is very, very interested in introducing it to the US. There's some trials that went on last year in California, and we are starting to do very small trials here and there in the US, but we cannot move forward. We cannot get these trials done in larger, in commercial farms at this point. So that's kind of our goal, is to try to get these in more conventional kind of settings, and at the same time we can try different insecticides, both conventional and organic, to see how they perform.
So thank you. What I'm seeing is, at least hearing, is that there's a potential to combine these two together and explore conventional and organic products under this. So if that's the case, if everyone is in agreement, I can give this an A and give this the other one a B. Would that work?
Venkat, actually, was the other one submitted by Von Walton from Oregon State?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah.
Okay, so I was asking my colleagues from different states to do Me Too, in the for my and Vaughn went ahead and submitted another request. So it's the same thing. It's just instead of a Me Too, he submitted his own.
Okay.
So I noticed that he did that after.
Great, thanks, Caesar. Appreciate that. So if everyone is in agreement, unless I hear objections, so this makes it easier just to have one A and combine both 26 and 416 together. Sounds good?
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. There's 34 on Asian ambrosia beetle avocado. A request, we had nominations from Southern region.
Yeah, we should change that to a B. And that's because determining what products to screen is going to take a while. There's been a lot of products already screened. the criteria is complicated. And so I think making it a B is the best thing. So as soon as there's work being and continuing on that, but until a more comprehensive list comes up, because like I said, we've already tested a lot of things. I think making it a B is the best thing.
Thank you. IS 65, again, it's on page 18 if you're following, and it's chili thrips dragon fruit. We have A from southern region.
Yeah. So again, there's a number of products that could be tested. I don't know if the entomologist has submitted a list, but there are products that could be screened. There are products that could be screened. So I don't know the status of what the entomologist has submitted. For now, let's put it as a B.
I can give you an update on the products that were recommended by the researcher.
Sure.
The requester is recommending Botanigard ES, Massen Max, and Tolfenpirad at the moment. IR4 would also recommend ISM 555.
Well, if that's the case, then make it an A. Yeah. I didn't know if Dr. Cadillo had responded or not.
Okay. Any objections to that? Okay. IS 00093, Colorado potato beetle on organic potatoes here. We have A from Northeast.
Page two. Bear with me here, Venkat. I'm sorry. I'm flipping back. Is Brian on the call? I take an A for that for now, and we'll revisit this one.
Which Brian are you asking about?
Oh, I'm sorry, Brian Nault in New York. Hi, Brian.
Okay.
Hi, Brian Brett.
Wrong Brian. My
I'm
ears
sorry.
perked up. It's like, what?
I know, I got to stop using just first names. Thanks for pointing that out.
All right, we have the other one is 105, potato leaf hopper for organic potatoes. A nomination from Northeast.
So Anna Wallingford, if you're on the call, could you speak to this?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead, please.
I was not the one that submitted this, but I did provide some support. I think I submitted a Me Too for this. And it would have been an important partner with Colorado potato beetle. So for both of these organic productions, I'm not familiar with the actual project, but we identified them as being important.
So one suggestion again, Mary Lee, I don't know what your thoughts are. Potentially an organic potato, we could combine these together and see how it goes.
Okay, that's fine with me.
We can keep one A and the other one we can drop it to B. Sounds good?
That sounds good, Venkat. And we need that list of potentials to test too. So we'll see how this goes.
Okay, thank you. IS 00143, it's again, Swede midge on organic crucifers. We have A from Northeast.
If I have no objections from the Northeast, we can take a B.
Thank you, Mary Lee. We'll go with a B on this one. IS 00144 on organic beans, seed corn maggot for control of seed corn maggot for organic beans. We have A from Northeast.
Again, unless I hear objections, we can take a B. We do have spinosad seed treatments being tested at the time on beans and peas.
Okay, we'll give it a B. Thank you. IS 00345, organic control of seed corn maggot and organic squash from Northeast.
Sorry, Venkat, I'm following with the PDF and I gotta flip around in here. So this
Page number 10 on PDF.
seed corn maggot. Same thing here. If there's no objection, we'll take a B.
Anyone wants to comment? All right, here we go. We have IS 00358, which is on page number 19 in PDF for greenhouse mite control on hemp. And then we have another newer request 412 for russet mite control on hemp. Potentially, this can be combined into one project if it goes forward.
Venkat, this is Mike Bledsoe. As you know, I was serving as a facilitator with the hemp group. These are very important projects. You'll see later that it'll become one of our top priorities, mites. So putting them together makes perfect sense, and we'd like to make sure that gets to be A level.
Okay. So we'll go with A on this and a B on this. Sounds good, Mike?
This is Janine. Can I ask how this is different than the work we're already doing?
Good question, Janine. Actually, Mike, if we have IS projects on Mike going on right now, how would the challenge would be is how would you differentiate an existing mite control project on hemp that's ongoing today versus these two?
Well, is two things. One is the one going on today, greenhouse or not?
Both.
It
Greenhouse
won't matter
and
though,
field.
it's efficacy either way, right?
Yes.
Yeah, it's
The
both.
other thing is that if the other one going to go for a second year, is it possible to add different products into the mix as well? Because we are, every year we get a difference. We're getting more of the manufacturers supporting the use in this area. We just want to make sure they're all covered. I don't have it in front of me to tell you what the difference is at the moment, but I do know hemp is the highest priority. And if it's already there, well, as long as if it gets one more year and we can look at the list, it might be redundant to keep it then.
So what I'm hearing is, of course, we have ongoing field and greenhouse mite testing on hemp. Number one. Number two, yes, the protocols can be modified for year two. We can include additional products. We have done that in the past. So I'm seeing some questions come through. Let me pause here. Maddie?
Yeah, Dan, do you want to go ahead?
Yeah, I just wanted to note that this is Dan Gilrain with Cornell. I just wanted to note for the first one, the greenhouse mite control on page 19, they have listed as potential products BT 320 dust, which is a BT, typical BT caterpillar type product, pyganic crop protection, which would not also be a first choice for mite control, or even a second one, in my opinion, and cycloniliprole, which would not be a miticide. So those may have been mistakenly included in that request, but those would probably more appropriately be put into the following IS number category on the next page, which talks about some LEPs. So just a comment of what I observed on the PDF.
Thank you, Dan.
Dan Peck, you want to go ahead?
Yeah, Dan Peck from Vestron. We'd like to see Spear T included as potential control for hemp russet mite. I don't believe it's involved in the prior studies. So this matches Mike Bledsoe's idea of trying to broaden the scope of materials being tested in the IS study.
You're correct. You're correct, Dan. Right now it's not incorporated in the trial.
Thank you, Dan. We'll take that and we'll include that note in our discussions. Absolutely. Then we have Doug, maybe Danny, Is it Danny?
That was Dan Gilrain. I think he already got a chance to speak.
Okay. Thank you. Any other comments? So I'm going to then basically, if there are no objections, I will give both of these a B since these are ongoing right now. And Alice will reach out to the researchers and work on the protocol, obviously. We can make the determination at a later date, but on the existing ones. Sounds good?
Just one last quick question. One of the things that is you've said it on the calls, Venkat, it's not just efficacy, but it's also crop safety. So if it's possible to do that on that, because some of these are now potentials requiring that prior to the manufacturer permitting it.
Right. Good point, Mike. Thank you.
We're in a little different area here with hemp.
Right. Moving on to IS 00361. This is lots of insects on hemp again, mostly aleps. And again, on this one, as well as this one, both new requests that have come. If I'm not mistaken, Alice, can you comment on the existing nature of the LEP hemp project?
Sure. There has been 2 years of worth of testing. So I would assume that there would not be one more year of testing since 2 has already been done. And please correct me if I'm wrong, Venkat.
Right. We received only 1 year of testing data. Is that correct?
No, this year we concluded the 2nd year of testing.
So that is yet to be received. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Any thoughts on this? Both requests have come in from Northeast.
I think at this time, Northeast can take a B.
Thank you, Mary Lee.
And to clarify, though, the project that is currently ongoing is 00357, which is not 00367. But some organic options were tested in 00357. And this,
oh, sorry, continue, Alice.
yes, and this specific request in 00362 is for organic hemp.
Dan, did you want to speak, ask a question?
Just a comment that on the 362, the listed potential product is Monterey Garden Insect Spray, which is a home garden formulation of spinosad, I believe. And it's my understanding that spinosad will not be allowed for use on this crop, and that pursuing a home garden use product where there are commercial use products probably would also be unacceptable anyway on the face of it.
Thank you, Dan. I appreciate those comments.
Just one other comment from me, Mike Bledsoe. The list of manufacturers is growing each year that are supporting this industry, and we haven't in the past tried to exclude the ones that weren't supporting it yet. We're looking at all of them so that possibly in the future those other manufacturers will become, more aggressive in this market. So whether it's now the consumer product, but you're right, that doesn't make sense particularly. But spinosad or other products that in the future might, or Corteva or might enter into the market, having the data would allow us to do so at that point.
Good point, Mike. Thank you. Okay, so we have 2 Bs there for those. And moving on, IS 00385 and 386. These are, again, aphid control on hemp. We received A nominations from Northeast as well as on one from Southern region. Any comments about these?
This is Mike Bledsoe again. I was going to wait and see if anybody commented, but the aphids here are really important, especially when you're dealing with greenhouse and root aphids. So any study, if it does get picked up, would have to include that to be of any use to greenhouse. So it's aphids, both foliar and root are critical.
Yes, Mike. Yep. Any other thoughts? So Janine or Marilee?
Unless I hear any objections, the Northeast can take a B.
Okay, it can take a B on this one. What about this one?
Aren't those two the same?
Yep. Okay.
Are you sure you want to take a B on that, Marilee? Because of the aphids? I mean, is there studies already going on or something?
There is no.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, from the request that we got from the southern region, there was Harvanta was one of the potential. Sorry, my chair fell. One of the potential products to test. I really think we have some interesting broad spectrum products to test in the residue side. I think we are getting a lot more registrant support. I would like to see us kind of move over to doing some more residue work. I'm not really just seeing a lot of support champions for this right now. So I'm okay with taking a B, going along with Marilee for this one.
Thanks, Janine, because we didn't get a list of products and I don't have any Northeast Me Too's.
Thank you, Marilee. Thank you, Janine. We go to IS 00400, sting and brown marinated bugs on a whole host of crops here. Any comments? We got an A from Northeast.
Unless we have anybody on the line that would object, I'll take a B.
Okay, thank you, Marilee. IS 00403, parsnip, seed corn maggot control on parsnip. It's primarily for organics, but we can have commercial, conventional products tested as well under this. Any thoughts on this? The A nomination came from Western region.
Yeah, this is Michael. We'd like to keep this as an A. And Christy or Danny, did you want to speak up or have any comments on this?
I don't hear Christy jumping in. This is super high priority for our parsnip growers here. They've had complete field losses 3 years in a row now. We desperately need some options.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah, this is Christy. I'd agree. Thank you, Danny, for summarizing that. Whatever we can do to support them would be good. Thanks.
Thanks, Christy. Thank you, Danny. All right. Move on to 405. Naval orange worm for almonds. From a resistance management perspective, and I know we have a lot of conventional options that are out there, but obviously resistance seems to be a problem.
Yeah, from the Western region again, we'd like to see this as an A. And yes, they were just looking at our notes from our previous meeting, looking at alternative products for resistance management.
Okay. I'll give it an A, Michael.
Yes, please.
And 406, black fig fly control on figs.
Yeah, I'll speak up again for these, and a number of these are the same research group. Fig black fly is a new pest that's been introduced to California fig production systems. And the purpose of this is to identify potential products that can help control this before it gets widely established in the fig industry. So we'd like to see this as an A.
Okay. This one gets an A. IS 407, navel orange worm control on figs.
On this one, unless I hear from someone else, we can put this as a B. We have the methoxyphenazide FIG project going on right now.
Thank you, Michael. IS 00408. So again, relating to resistance, mite control in strawberries.
Sorry, Alicia.
Oh, just a heads up, the product here that was suggested for testing is now a manufacturer objective on the same crop and against the same pest. But this doesn't mean that we can test different products also.
Yeah, thank you, Alicia. Yeah, this request was from Dr. Oscar Liebert at University of Florida. He couldn't be on today. He will be joining tomorrow, but obviously mites, this is a big issue for resistance. But as Alicia said, if that BCS product is already a manufacturer's objective, I think the only other product that Oscar suggested was the basin tea. So if no one else wants to push for this one, I think we can take a B on that.
And there's also a new test substance from Arogri, RM1963K. It's a 25B product. And there are other options like ISM 555 or MBI 306 from Marone. So there are options out there that we could use for this trial.
Okay. How about we keep it as an A, and I'll let Oscar talk about that tomorrow.
Okay.
The same goes for 409. I think there are a couple more interesting products that we could test. The ketinols, Oscar suggested the Spidoxamat and the Spiridion. Am I saying that right, Alicia?
Yes.
Okay, and as well as the basin tea could be, I think, also applicable to whiteflies here. Always looking for new alternatives here for whiteflies, aphids. So I'm gonna, we would like to see an A for this, please.
Okay, thank you, Janine. IS 00413, again, mite control on lychee. We have A from Southern region.
Yes. We should probably make that a B. There's actually some work already being done. And unless the funding could come through, I mean, I don't know when the funding for these would come through, but he's got we have a project in progress right now. But then we thought stage 2, based on what they find with the first project, would be appropriate for this, for IR4. So I don't know whether, if you make it an A, does funding come through? It depends, I guess, on when funding comes through next year. What?
Okay.
This will be the funding would be available later, in 2022, spring 2022. But maybe what I'm hearing is Daniel's got funding for a first round. Maybe this is a project we can revisit again the following year.
Yeah, I mean, I would just say that, okay, so right now this is a quarantine issue. This is there's an eradication program going on. So that's why he's doing this work right now. He got some initial funding to do some of that. So if that's the case, he's going to know the results from what he's doing very soon now, because it's in progress. So if the funding would become available in the spring, that would probably be perfect timing, because to wait a whole nother year, that's impossible to wait. I mean, there's got to be a solution to this problem. It's affecting this crop throughout the state, and actually could move to, unfortunately, move to California or wherever else people are trying to grow lychee. So I don't know, Janine. So, I mean, if the funding was going to become available in the spring, it'd probably be perfect timing for his second round. So I don't know.
Okay. Let's keep it as an A, and we'll have to see how it weighs against other projects.
Right.
All right. Thanks, Janine. Thanks, Jonathan. 415 organic tomato trip control. We have A from Western region.
Yes, we'd like to keep this as an A. Margaret, are you in line that you could comment? So for thrips, what they're looking for is this is an organic tomato, looking for thrips control products to aid the organic growers for that pest. But we'd like to keep this as an A, please.
As an A, Michael?
Yes,
okay,
please.
Thank you. Finally, the last one, 423, it's olive fruit fly on olives. We have A from Western region again.
Yeah. Let me switch pages on my notes here. We would like this as an A as well. This is for olive fruit flies. There's resistance issues developing. They want to look at alternatives to help meet that challenge. And this would be an A.
Okay, we'll give it an A. Perfect. Let's see how we are doing on this. We have 11 A's right now. So that's, any other thoughts, any comments? Because shortly we'll be jumping into pathology session, and this one will be posted today on the web, on our IR4 website.
This is Michael Braverman. I had a question going back to the spotted wing Drosophila. So you were talking about the Comba Protect product and also the OSU product Decoy. They're both attractants. So you're going to have those in separate trials?
My understanding was that the second product that was suggested was Basin T from Vesteron. I'm not familiar with the other one that you mentioned.
Oh, okay. I was mentioning product Decoy, which is developed out of Oregon State.
Michael, do you know, I mean, I didn't see the request that Bond submitted. I thought that he was submitting in support of Combi Protect, but I don't know what the status is with his product, with the Decoy.
Okay.
Right, I'm gonna check for you very quick. Let's see. Venkat, I have here 416, which is one of the two spotted wing Drosophila. Which one is the other one?
Other one is 26.
26, just a second, please. So right now, all I can see in both requests that we have received, the only product that was recommended for testing is Combi Protect.
I see. Okay. Because I thought I heard somebody else mention the Decoy product. I thought it was Cesar, but maybe I misunderstood that.
We could
Although I think it would
incorporate
be a good product to test.
We could incorporate it. If you could send me the details of this technology, then we can see if we could be a good addition to this trial.
Well, again, it would have to be in a separate location.
Yeah.
Because you can't have two attractants in one trial. But
Exactly.
I'll send you the information.
Thank you.
Since
We
I
might be
was
able
assisting with
to.
the registration.
We might be able to have more than one trial, so that could be an option as well. It doesn't hurt to receive the data, and potentially then we can accommodate this request as well.
Okay. All right. Any other comments? All right, we are done. So first pass for integrated solutions for entomology is complete now. That will be shared on the website. And now we will, in a couple of minutes, start moving to pathology session. So we will pick back up in about 2 to 3 minutes. Is that right, Maddie?
Yep, we'll start here in about 2 minutes for plant pathology.
2 o'clock all. Thank you very much for joining. I appreciate you being on the call. Before we kick off the pathology session, I'd like to request Jerry to make a few comments.
Okay, well, thank you, Venkat, and welcome those of you who are just joining for this session. You know, we've had 2 good sessions so far with the entomology and the weed science group. So, you know, our goal is to come out of this session today with a smaller list, and then tomorrow we start really the fun and games begin when we start narrowing it down. You know, I'm not going to say a lot, but I do want to acknowledge a couple things, and one being that this year when we're going through, we'll have a few more biology leads at the table adding comments. We've asked Mary Hosbeck and Meg McGrath and Melanie Ivey, respectively from Michigan State, Cornell, and Ohio State to assist from the outside. And then Alicia XL from Ira for internally to also exist. We had a situation where Catherine had left us for a short period of time, and we didn't really have a good backfill for the plant pathology area. So the 4 of them stepped up and were willing. They put some time and effort into planning. So it's only appropriate that Catherine and that group be part of the biology lead. So you'll be hearing more and more names coming through or information coming through today. But I just want to publicly thank all 4 of them for volunteering to assist and help get this through. And we're really tickled pink to have Catherine back as well. So Venkat, that's really all I wanted to say at this point. So let me turn it back over to you.
Thank you, Jerry. Appreciate it. We had, as Jerry mentioned, 2 good sessions. We'll wrap up the first round for pathology, food use, and then move into integrated solutions. So we'll run through them pretty quickly. We got a long list here. And again, just to point out, our goal is to get to 38 in all disciplines, a max of 38 residue studies and 8 H+ performance projects. So without any other delays, I want to just first ask Catherine, any other comments you want to make?
No.
You're good? Okay. Alicia, Mary, Meg, or Melanie, any other thoughts? Perfect. Thank you very much. Jimmy will be sharing his screen now. And again, to point out for those who are not familiar with this process, column A represents the PR numbers. And we will go over project by project, starting with crop group 1 under column C. So column C is what we have assigned these in a particular order. And based on the response from the stakeholders and RFCs, we will assign a priority to each project. And just for those who are wondering what's going on with the color under column F, basically it has gone through the EPA stoplight analysis. Each year, right after the Independence holiday, we send a list of requests to EPA. Nancy and her team will review them and return it back with an analysis. And anything that is yellow and orange are displayed in that column. Yellow is a caution, and orange is something that is hold caution, we call it. I mean, that means its path is concerning and from a registration perspective. So we ask you to proceed with extreme caution on oranges, and rest of them are green and they're not shown as green. But please also note that requests that have been submitted post July 1st are also here that have not gone through the EPA stoplight analysis, which will go through the analysis should a particular project be prioritized after these nominations from this nominated list. Okay, so with that, let me stop, see if we have any other questions for anyone that you'd like to pose. Maddie, any thoughts from your end?
No, I think we're good. Just a quick reminder for anyone who is joining just for the plant pathology session. If you do have a question, please just type Q into the chat and we'll make sure you get called on. Back to you, Venkat.
Thank you, Maddie. Okay, here we go. We start off with crop group 1. We have 5 A nominations. Question for the team: did we miss any nominations from the non-A nominated list? Okay, I hear nothing. We'll start off with PR 13271, Cyazofamid on radish. The project status is potential. ECS data before approval for residue study. We received an A nomination from Western region.
Yes, we can, unless I hear differently from anyone in the Western region, we can move this to a B.
Which will be an M. Thank you. PR number 13169, fluazindazoline on radish. Project status researchable, only residue data is needed. Nomination A received from North Central region.
I'd like to keep that an A.
An A for that. Thank you. PR 11568, thiophanate metal, radish, and project status is researchable, residue and ECS data needed. Nominating region for A is North Central.
I also like to keep that an A. And I had a comment about these two, the 13169 and the 11568 here. Question about possibility of crop grouping. I don't know if Mary Housebeck can comment on those two.
Sure. The prior one that is for nematodes, there is an issue in ginseng for export, where in some cases they have to have evidence of nematode mitigation issues. And so a product such as 13169 could be useful there. And then for radish, we do have the need for the thiophanate methyl. We also have an issue in ginseng where we have a non-food use, but we don't have the use of thiophanate methyl during the harvest year. So it would be useful there as well.
Great, thank you. And just on that one, 11568, Tony, you said A, but we don't have a requesting state.
Okay, that's Michigan. I can get that in.
Thank you. PR 13018, Cyazofamid on parsnip. Project status is researchable, residue and ECS data needed. We have A nomination from Western region.
We'd like to keep that an A, please.
An A for that. Great. 13015, Cyazofamid on turnips, researchable, residue and ECS data needed. We have an A from Western region.
We'd like to keep that an A, please.
An A for that. Right, we move on to crop group 4-16. We have 5 A nominations. And are there any nominations that are missing? Okay, 13194, mefenoxam on lettuce, and project status is researchable, residue and ECS data needed. Western region nominate, gave it an A.
We'd like to keep that an A, please.
A for that. Okay, the next one we won't discuss because its manufacturer will not support. PR number 12975, pyraziflumid on lettuce greenhouse, researchable residue and ECS data needed, A from southern region.
Yeah, we'd like to keep this in A. This is the second one is for powdery mildew. I know. I don't know if it targets the sclerotinia, which is a particular issue in lettuce greenhouse production in the southeast. So we'll keep it as an A, please.
Okay, thank you, Janine. PR 11473, pyreophenone greenhouse lettuce. Research, this is researchable, only residue data is needed. We have nominations A from all 4 regions for powdery mildew control.
We'd like to keep that in A, please.
And A from Northeast. Perfect, thank you. 13113, azoxystrobin on mustard greens for greenhouse transplant. Project status, researchable residue and ECS data needed. North Central gave it an A, and Northeast we got a B.
North Central would like to keep an A unless Mary would change.
Oh, this is a holdover from last year's workshop. So I'd like to try to promote it this year.
Okay, let's keep it an A.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to crop group 5-16, we received 1 A nomination. Did we miss any nominations, please? Okay, we go to PR 13112, azoxystrobin on greenhouse transplant cabbage. Project status is researchable, residue and ECS data needed. We received A from North Central and B from Northeast.
The A from North Central.
Okay, keep it in A then. Here we go. We don't have any nominations from 6 or 7, crop group 6 or crop group 7. On crop group 8-10, we received 8 A nominations. Question, are there any missing from the non-A nominated list for 8 or either ones? Okay, PR 13298, azoxystrobin and Renotria sacchalensis on greenhouse tomatoes for the control of Levulia. And yeah,
we'd like to make that a B.
It is M then. Thank you, because the project status is need ECS data only. Thank you. 10830, cyfluphenamide on greenhouse tomatoes. Project status researchable, residue and ECS data needed. We have 2 A's, 1 from Northeast and Southern region.
Venkat, we'd like to make that a B also.
B. Thank you. 11331, difenoconazole and azoxystrobin on greenhouse tomatoes. Project status researchable, residue and ECS data needed. We received 4 A's from all regions.
We'd like to make, oh, sorry, go ahead.
And just to let you know, Syngenta supports this use request on greenhouse tomatoes for production only.
We'd like to make an A.
A. Perfect. You get it an A.
Then, Kat, can I bring up the same concern about efficacy and crop safety work, whether it can be done in high tunnels? Because of how daunting it is to be able to do that work in an actual greenhouse.
Yes. Why don't we pose that question again to Nancy and also to Mike?
Yeah, so this is Nancy. I think based on the earlier discussion, it sounds like it's actually more of an issue for California, right, who reviews the efficacy data.
Exactly. Otherwise, merely, it seems like it shouldn't be a problem. And once we hear from California on this matter, we'll share that information around.
Thank you, Venkat. I just wanted to make sure we're thinking about that.
Sure thing. Thank you. 12671, fludioxonil and pyrimetaflufen, greenhouse tomatoes, and project status is need ECS data only. We have 3 regions, Northeast, Southern, and Western region that nominated A.
We'd like to make that a B.
M on this one, please. Thank you.
Yeah, and just a comment on that one. I believe Syngenta's, let's see, I think that's the right one. The company's working with us to see if we can use some bridging data. So we'll worry about that later. But thank you.
Thank you, Mike. PR 13289, GF4031 on greenhouse tomatoes. The project status is researchable, residue and ECS data needed. We have 2 A's, one from Northeast and the other from Southern region.
Also a B.
So a B. 12978, pyrazifluid, plumid, greenhouse tomatoes, project status researchable and residue ECS data needed. We have 2 A's, Northeast and Southern region.
Also a B.
A B. We have 13303, fludioxonil and pyrimetaflufen, greenhouse eggplant, project status researchable and residue ECS data needed. A from Western region.
I make a comment on this one.
Go ahead, Catherine.
If the tomato is submitted, this may be an efficacy only. We will not need a residue study, but efficacy.
Good point. Any
We
thoughts?
recognize that B is fine for the greenhouse.
Yeah.
You're still going for B? Okay.
Yeah, we'd still want a B so that it's recognized as important by the IR4.
Okay, excellent. If someone wanted to share something else? 13106 is oxystrobin on greenhouse peppers, transplants only, and project status researchable, residue and ECS data needed. Nomination coming in from North Central region.
Like to keep that an A.
Keep it an A.
This is Janine. Can I ask a question real quick?
Go ahead, Janine.
We're doing a lot of the azoxystrobin trials this year, and I believe the reason behind why we did so many in one year was because we were trying to cover some crop grouping and attempt to put together a ChemSac proposal for these other crops here. Is there any update on if that's still the idea, or are we still going to try and move forward with these projects?
That was originally the idea. The only issue is that, if we get residues, then the whole crop grouping ChemSac proposal is, we can't do that. So I don't know if anybody's gotten any residue results yet, but I doubt it since they're brand new studies. So it could go either way, really.
That's right. They just started this year.
Yeah, they're a pretty big resource strain. I'll say that.
Yeah, we'll definitely we will keep that thought in the minds, Janine, as we go through the second cut. Thank you very much. Yep. Now moving on to crop group 9, 4A nominations we received, checking if there were any missed from the non-A nominated list. Okay, 13350 in Fireflu on cantaloupe. Project status is researchable, only residue data is needed. Nominated region is Northeast.
And the Northeast would like an A, please.
I just wanted to mention for these two that there's still that 9-month plant back interval, but I think I talked with Meg and she seemed okay with that.
Right, that's a very good point. And it clearly says that there's a 9-month plan back interval for this. Okay.
Yeah, and Meg
Thanks.
also told me that should not be an issue for them, most people.
Okay, 13351 in same fungicide on cucumber. We have researchable, only residue data is needed. The nominating region is Northeast.
A, please.
A on this one, okay. Again, 13352 in pipe flu exam on squash. Researchable, only residue data is needed. Nominating region is Northeast.
A, please.
It's an A. 12673 fludiaxonil and pyriflumethafen on greenhouse cucumbers. Researchable residue and ACS data needed. We have 3 A nominations from 3 regions: Northeast, Southern, and Western region.
We'd like an A, please.
It is from which region?
I'm representing, I work with the greenhouse industry, so I've got greenhouses all over. The ones that struggle with the most are in New York and Ohio.
Great, Karen. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Because the reason I had to ask is we have a nomination requesting state from Northeast missing. That's why. Thank you.
Okay.
Crop group 10-10. 3 A nominations we have in there. Are there any nominations that are missing? All right. 13285 at the box. I'm an orange and researchable. Only residue data is needed from Western region.
Yeah, for the next 3, we would like A's for orange, lemon, grapefruit for ethoboxam.
Ethoboxam, it is A for orange, lemon, and grapefruit. Thank you, Michael. PR1, okay, we go on to now next crop group, 11-10. We have 1 A nominations. Are there any that are missing from this list? Okay, PR11277, phosphorus salts on apple, and project status is needed ECS data only for apple scab, and it is applied as a trunk injection. Nominating region is North Central.
I'd like to keep an A.
Tony, this is Jenna Beckerman interjecting. I worked on this and we published some stuff on this, and so did Mike Ellis, and the results were really inconsistent, and work was done by a number of pathologists across the North Central and Northeast, and it was at best suppressive. So I'm sort of confused why that would be considered a priority.
Okay, let's move to a B.
Thank you, Jenna. All right, we move it to an either M or an L. Okay, we moved it to M. Crop group 12-12, 5 A nominations. Are there any that are missing? Okay, we PR 13286 at the boxem on cherry, researchable. Only residue data is needed from Western region nomination.
We'd like an A, please.
A for that. 13288 fludiaxonil and pyriflumethafen on cherries, researchable. Residue and ACS data needed.
An A.
A from Western region. Let's see, we have 13281 fluopicolide on cherries and project status researchable. Only residue data needed from Western region.
An A on that as well.
A on that. Okay, PR 13295 GF4031 on cherry, researchable. Only residue data is needed from Western region.
We'd be okay taking a B on this unless someone from the Western region wanted to speak up on this.
It's Jim Scavage here. The powdery mildew is a
a threat, and this is pretty important to have another powdery mildew material, but it is another group 13, so frac group 13. So it needs to be moved forward, but it doesn't, not at this time. So we agree with a B at this point.
Thanks, Jim.
Okay, thank you, Jim. 12971, fludioxonil pyriflumethafen on plum, researchable residue and ECS data needed. North Central Region has nominated this.
I'd like to keep an A unless Jana would like to comment.
I have no comment.
Okay.
We'll take an A, but then the requesting state is missing, Tony.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. CG 13-07, 5A nominations. Are there any that are missing, please? Okay, we got PR 13256, cymoxanil on strawberries, researchable residue and ECS data needed. We have 2 A's, one from Northeast and one from Southern Region.
And then Kat, this is Janine. We'd like to keep this in A for the Southern Region, please.
Excellent. Thank you. It's an A.
And the Northeast also would like an A.
Okay. Leave it as an A. PR 09102, flutolanil and strawberry, researchable residue and ECS data needed. We have A from North Central and B from Northeast. It's an EPA caution.
North Central can move to a B.
On this one, thank you, Tony. 12609, isophetamide, greenhouse strawberry, researchable, only residue data needed. Northeast has nominated, given an A.
I believe we have people on the line that might want to speak to this, maybe.
Karen, do you want to speak up?
That might have been me, possibly. I'm
Sorry.
thinking, it's all right. I was thinking that maybe we were, I didn't know if maybe our greenhouse folks would also have anything, I guess, that they might have wanted to weigh in on this. I think we're kind of hoping that might happen.
Yeah.
Is there anything from the greenhouse folks on this?
The one we're most interested in is, I have no idea why these two are the same, but on my cheat sheet here, it's 1188-1 is the one that we want as an A.
Okay, and the disease you were going after in particular there was?
Powdery mildew is just a consistent issue. Even though there's tools out there, you got to have rotationals out there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, that's been our issue too, has been the powdery mildew, and I guess the question is if we should be asking for 2 A's on both of these, and I would be happy with an A for 11881 and moving 12609 to a B, just to, you know, not be hogs, I guess, but if that would work.
Yeah, I don't, was there a different use pattern or something with
I don't know,
the
I'd have
other
to
one?
look back at that. Yeah, I'd have to go take a look. But I'd say if we go with an A on the 11881.
I just wanted to point out, maybe correct me if I'm wrong, but there's a Canadian A priority on Mervis Prime. That's something that is related to 1181. Christine, any comments on that?
Hi, this is Christine. You caught me off guard there, Venkat. I have to go check that out.
Okay, all right.
Sorry.
No worries. Okay, so what am I hearing? Am I hearing that that any objections if someone, if we give a B to 12609 and A to 11881, is that okay?
Sounds good.
All right, so be
Yes,
it.
so I would just like to ask our supporters in the Northeast to put Me Too in for 11881. We have them for 12609, but we do not have them
Good
for
point.
11881.
Thank you, Mary Lee. Yep. Okay, on we go. 13333 pyriflumethafen on cranberry. It's a researchable residue and ACS data needed. Northeast region has an A nomination. And again, by the way, before my understanding is the manufacturer believes that there will not be a need for aquatic dissipation study for cranberries on this one. Perhaps Tommy Willard can comment on that.
Yes, that's our position at this time.
Thank you, Tommy.
Yep.
Northeast wants an A for this. I think we have Katie on the line. Would you like to speak to this?
Yes, hi. We would definitely like an A for this priority. We will have some crop safety and efficacy data coming in after the fruit is harvested this season. So I'm not sure what the deadline would be for getting that, to Syngenta to satisfy that request so that those trials wouldn't have to happen through IR4.
Okay. All right. Thank you for those comments, Karen. Crop group 14-12. There are 3 A nominations. Are there any nominations that are missing, please? Okay, here we go. PR 13218 ethopoxam on almonds, and it's researchable only residue data needed. Western region has given an A nomination for this.
We'd like to keep this as an A.
A for that.
And actually, Venkat, an A for the next 2 as well.
A for next 2. PR 12959 fludeoxonil pyriflumethafen almonds need ECS data only. So this will be an H from Western region. 13217 fluopicolide on almonds, researchable only residue data needed. A nomination from Western region, and it's an A. Perfect. Okay. Here we go. We jump now to crop group 22. There are a whole bunch of crop groups that are not nominated prior to this, between 15 and 21. Just wanted to check if any nominations are missing from the non-A nominated list. Great, thank you very much. And so we have for 22A and B, we have 2A nominations. Did we miss any within the 22 crop group? Now this one basically showing 12618 mefenoxam on asparagus. ECS data is ongoing. That's my trials are ongoing. That's my understanding. Any comments, Catherine?
I agree with that. I think it's in P12619 as a 2020 protocol with that's can use pattern, but Mary can comment further.
Sure. A couple things. This use would be for the seed bed or often called the crown nursery. So it actually end up being a non-food use. We have the crop safety data over a couple years. The efficacy data is a little bit harder to get because we are not able to infest a site, but the target pathogen is a Phytophthora. So we know that mefenoxam is effective against Phytophthora. So I'm not certain if this needs to be listed. I guess maybe Syngenta might comment.
Since actually, good point, Mary. I mean, since this is actually being captured under, as Catherine said, 12619, we could potentially give it an X and capture in the comments under HQ updates as ECS data ongoing. Would that work, Catherine? That makes sense?
I just want to make sure. So Mary, you are conducting this, right? I think it was in that protocol. It was with some other applications.
Yeah, we have, I think we've put it out over a couple years and we have the crop safety data. It's just finding a site that's infested to get the efficacy data is a struggle, but I guess I'm asking whether that would have to hold this up because we know that this product is very safe or is very effective against Phytophthora. But we can take that discussion offline, I think.
Okay, thank you. 12076, fluopicolide on greenhouse celery transplants and in field potential is the project status, which is ECS data before approval for residue study. North Central gave it an A.
I'd like to keep an A.
H on that one, please. Crop Group 23B, 1A nominations. Are there any missing nominations, please? Okay, we have 13045 propiconazole on guava. Researchable residue and ECS data needed. The southern region is A.
Yeah, I would keep that an A.
Keep that an A, okay. This has an EPA caution, just wanted to let you know.
Oh yeah, where I didn't see that.
You want to keep it an A?
Well, I didn't see that it had a caution.
Yeah.
I guess you might as well make it a B if that's going to be a problem.
All right, it goes to B, Crop Group 24, 11A nominations. Let's check and see if we have any nominations that are not showing up. PR 13218, ethoboxam and avocado, researchable, only residual data is needed. We have a nomination from Western region.
We would like that as an A, please.
Thank you.
Braverman, did you have a comment?
This is Michael. Yeah, I had a comment on this one. So this is also a project by the Minor Use Foundation. So there will be a plan to have this as a Codex MRL as well.
Thank you, Michael. That's helpful. Okay. PR 08284, fluazinam on avocado, potential ECS data before approval for residue study. We have A coming in from southern region.
Yeah, make that an H.
Okay, it's an H. 13241, fluopicolide, avocado, researchable, only residue data needed, coming in from western region.
I would like that as an A, please.
A for that. 13267, propiconazole, avocado, potential ECS data before approval for residue studies. Nomination came in from southern region. This is an EPA caution.
Yeah, it's an H.
It's an H.
Hey, Venkat, I'm sorry, this is Janine. I had a quick question. I don't know if Nancy's on, if she can comment on the EPA caution for propiconazole.
Okay, yep, Nancy, go ahead.
Yeah, hi. That's yellow because there are some risks of concern identified in registration review. Draft risk assessments were issued earlier this year, and the proposed interim decision is scheduled for the end of the calendar year. So there is some information out there. It's a little complicated because there are conventional and antimicrobial uses. So there's a lot to balance there. But I would also say that we have propiconazole use in-house that looks like we're going to be able to move ahead with. So that's the information I know at this point.
Hey, Venkat.
Yes.
So this is Chuck. And so the reason for propiconazole being a caution is because the EU MRL no longer exists. So growers have issues with export into the EU. So that's why it's marked as yellow.
What if it's not exported?
If it's not exported, it's not an issue. But if it is, it will be.
Yeah, I mean, the proposal we have, it's not exported.
Okay.
It's Jim Scavenge here. The propiconazole was submitted for post-harvest use on avocado like 5 years ago. Can the EPA give us an update on that registration on avocado?
On which one, Jim, the propiconazole?
Yes.
Yeah, that's the one that we have that's in-house.
So that's pending registration.
Correct. It's still in review, and it's the risk assessment is happening at the same time as the registration review. Risk assessment is being revised, so we're on track so far. And I'm trying to find the anticipated PREA date. It's the PREA date's July of 2022.
Yeah, I thought this proposal, this 1326.7 was for a foliar application, not post-harvest.
This one submitted, Jonathan, 13, oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, 13267 actually is the drench.
Oh, it's the drench.
That's
Okay.
the drench one.
Okay. Yeah, there's so many. Okay.
Yeah, the foliar was not nominated because I feel like I already know the answer to that one. So
Right.
So the drench is a post-harvest treatment. So it's got a PREA date of July.
Well,
so actually, sorry, the propiconazole action that we have in house is on broccoli and cabbage.
Yeah. So this one, Jenny, 13267 is for the drench, right?
yeah, drench, not post-harvest, drench soil,
That's
soil
right.
drench.
Drench
That's what I
soil.
meant. Sorry.
Yeah. So that's so that's an H. Yeah.
Jonathan, why don't you check, could you check that drench rate? It looks like it's 10,008 fluid ounce per acre.
Well,
Yeah.
I'm sure it's wrong then if it's 10,000.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, we have to fix that. Thank you. Okay, so I'm hearing an H on this one?
yes.
Just a second, can EPA again comment on the post-harvest registration of propiconazole on avocado?
Jim, I'm gonna have to look into that. I don't, either we've finished it or it's not in-house. But let me try to track that down.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Nancy, and thanks for that question. Yeah, Nancy will post it on the, watch out for the chat box, and there's an answer that will come up there. Thank you very much. PR 13074 trifloxy strobin fluopyram on that combo on avocado, researchable residue and ACS data needed, and it's nomination coming in from Southern Region.
Yeah, we have that as an A.
Okay. 13222 fluazine on banana, potential ECS data before approval for residue study, nomination from Southern Region.
Well, I believe that's from Puerto Rico. So
Yes, this will be an H, please, for the Southern Region. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. It's an H. 11693 trifloxystrobin plus fluopyram on pomegranate, researchable only residue data needed. Southern and Western regions have both nominated A.
Yeah, so is there anyone in the West who wants to speak to this project?
This is the pomegranate
Yeah.
trifloxystrobin fluopyram. This is for a foliar application to manage what we call internal decays of pomegranate. The problem is that architecture of the flowers are conical, and fungi get into the flowers, and then the fruit develop around the flowers and causes alternaria decay. We registered other fungicides, and it's very difficult to get high efficacy. And so, but again, there's, growers want to do something about it. And so they are using these fungicides, but it's not really an optimal strategy. If the wind blows and there's lots of dust in the air, alternaria and aspergillus spores get into the internal parts of the flower, the fruit develop around that tissue, and there's like internal decays at the time of harvest that are non-detectable. So it's the efficacy is low with fungicides, but you do get some control, but it's hard to say that it's a wise use of the fungicides. With a protracted bloom of the pomegranates, it takes multiple applications, and I'm concerned about all that for resistance.
Jim, based on what you've said, should this be a B for this year? My notes are not clear on this. That's why.
Yeah, I think it should be a B, but I mean, if there's a priority issue, it's a tough answer. I'd say it's a B compared to all the other projects going on.
All right, thank you very
Thanks,
much.
Jim. Yep, we'll make it a B then.
Yep.
PR 11810 boscalid and pyraclostrobin on mango, tolerance established, need ECS data to add crop or pest. Nomination came from Southern Region.
I make it an H.
Make it an H. Okay, 12989 trifloxystrobin and fluopyram on mango, researchable residue and ECS data needed. A nomination from Southern Region.
Yeah, make that an
This is Janine. I just want to kind of bring something onto the discussion here. It's something I've been looking into with Catherine. So this mango request is definitely a real need for the Southern Region, particularly mango production in Puerto Rico. And the trifloxyflupyram would also be useful for scab and avocado. We did have a request from the Southern Region for pomegranate several years ago, but with another fungicide, I think Maravon already in the docket, it's not necessarily going to be a good rotational partner. But I guess I was playing around with crop grouping, right, and rep crops, and if there would be any advantage to moving forward with pomegranate and avocado to cover mango, if there would be any benefit to having that pomegranate covered. I don't think there will be, but I just wanted to kind of throw that out there if anyone wants to grab at it. But I think as it's proposed now, it should be fine.
Okay, thanks, Jenny. It'll leave it as an A. 13019 fluopyram on pineapple, researchable, only residue data is needed from Western Region.
Yes, we'd like this. Let me see, 13109. Yes, we'd like this as an A, please.
Maybe on this one, 12525 SP 2700 on passion fruit, need ECS data only from Southern Region.
Yeah, we had it as a C.
Yeah, I think we're okay taking M on this, Venkat.
Okay, thank you, M, on this one. So we move on to crop group 25. There are 7 A nominations. Just like to throw it out there. Would you like to check and see if any are missing? Any comments? Okay, PR 13242, dimetamorph and amectocratin on basil, researchable residue and ECS data needed. We have 3 A nominations, 1 from Northeast, Southern, and Western regions.
Southern Region would like to keep this as an A, please.
An A for Southern.
Sorry,
okay.
Venkat, we're on 13242.
13242, ma'am.
Yes, we want an A in the Northeast, and also it's been indicated this one should be easy to do. So we should be able to get this one taken care of easily.
133. Yeah. Someone wanted to comment?
I had a question whether or not that could include greenhouse use for consumer transplants. The consumer transplants means that the basil plant wouldn't continue to be treated once it's out of the greenhouse, and so the risk of resistance is lower.
This is showing a field use, isn't it? I mean, right now.
From the west, we're interested in the field use. But I understand the question that's being asked. It's almost like it would be a complete different emphasis.
Right. So perhaps we can, you want to check back on that, Mary?
Sure, I was just curious. We had a heck of a problem this year, given that it's a seed-borne issue, that it's really hard to manage right out of the chute. So,
Okay.
All right, thanks.
Thank you. 13353 difenoconazole and azoxystrobin on mint. Researchable residue and ECS data needed. We have a nomination from Western Region.
And we would like to keep this as an A, please.
Yeah, on this one, okay. 13158 fenhexamide on mint, and this is greenhouse transplants specifically, and the project status is researchable residue data only needed. Catherine, any comments on this one? We haven't.
At the basil, for the difenoxy on mint, there's
No, we are on 13158. Sorry.
Let me see, hexamide. Well, this is the same comment as the other greenhouse transplant ones where we're doing the study on basil. So, you know, we don't know what the residues are going to come out as to support a ChemSac. It's no longer under evaluation. It's residue only, but it's the same comment as all those other.
Exactly. We have other fenhexamides on.
Oh no, that was oxystrobin. Sorry, the fenhexamide is residue only. So we're doing a basil study, and it would complete the crop group.
Right.
Sorry, it's confusing. There's so many of them.
That's fine. All right. So Northeast has an A on this one. Again, just to point out, this one, we have other fenhexamides on field use in 25, crop group 25 that were not supported. Is that correct, Catherine?
They're supported. I mean, all the other ones are supported, but if you did the one on the fenhexamide on mint, and we're already doing basil, you would get the use for the other ones.
Right. Okay. This one is, yes, specifically greenhouse transplants. So Northeast.
I think I'd like to keep that in A now, and the requester should be able to join us tomorrow.
Okay. Thank you. 13108 is oxystrobin, again, mint, greenhouse transplant, researchable residue and ECS data needed. We have A from North Central Region and B from Northeast.
Keep an A.
A on this one, okay. 12068 fenhexamide, rosemary greenhouse transplants, researchable, only residue data needed. North Central Region is nominated an A.
Keep an A.
And that was the comment that I just made about the fenhexamide.
Right. That'll round up the whole group, yeah.
Yeah, for the mint.
Great, thanks, Catherine. 12067 fenhexamide again, sage greenhouse transplants, researchable, only residue data needed. North Central Region has nominated an A.
keep an A.
Same thing on thyme, greenhouse transplants, researchable, only residue data needed. North Central has nominated an A for 12066.
Also an A.
So, okay, thank you. Right, that completes our crop group 25. We move on to 26. There are 3 A nominations. Are there any nominations that are missing? Okay. Yeah, PR 12585 is oxystrobin, miracle fruit. Project status is researchable residue and ACS data needed. And nominating region is South.
Yeah, you could make that a B.
Okay. Yeah, 12586, cyprodenil and fludioxonil from miracle fruit. And researchable, only residue data is needed. Nominating region is South.
A B.
B. 13076, trifluoxystrobin, fluopyram on miracle fruit, researchable residue and ACS data needed. Southern region nomination.
Make that an A.
Make that an A. Okay. Great. That rounds up crop group 26, and we are on to crop group 99. There are 7 A nominations for 99. Are there any nominations that should be here that you don't see? Okay. PR 13179, benzoin flupir plus difenoconazole on coffee.
I guess Ben, can I have a comment about the quinoa? Did we want to talk about that since it's in this group?
Which one, Catherine?
The quinoa, the Mandian difen.
We will come to that shortly. We will come, yeah, that would be the last on the page. Yeah, sure. Absolutely, we'll get there. So this one is researchable residue and EACS data needed. We have an A from Southern region and A from Western region.
Yes, we'd like a A on that, please.
A on this one, okay. 13259, picostrobin and ciproconazole on coffee, researchable residue data only needed. So interestingly, again, Catherine can comment, but there was an IS study and the efficacy data from Puerto Rico proved it was very efficacious. So the question I'd like to kind of throw out there and is, since we have done this work on IS, it is looking very good. Should this project be automatically selected? Karen, thoughts?
We also had a cue from Michael Braverman.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment regarding both of these coffee projects. So the first one, the benzovindarbl flupir and difenoconazole, both of those already have an existing Codex MRL. The picoxystrobin ciproconazole, only the ciproconazole has a existing Codex MRL. However, if the company was not going forward, the Minor Use Foundation is likely to support any additional trials needed to be able to get a Codex MRL.
Good point.
Brian, go ahead.
Well, I also want to point out that this product is registered in Latin America for use on coffee rust.
Thanks, Brian. Any other thoughts? Western region, any comments?
So, we're talking about 13259, correct?
That is correct.
Yeah, we would like to keep this as an A, please.
Okay. And Catherine, any other comments from your perspective?
No, it's just maybe if there's existing data, we may be able to use a ChemSAC proposal if there's enough of data, but I'd have to look into that.
Gotcha. Thank you. 13294 for azoxystrobin tebuconazole on hemp. It is on hold. We don't need to discuss. 13058 Cyazofamid, hemp, researchable residue and ECS data needed. We have 2 A's, one from South, one from North Central, and 1 B from Northeast.
North Central would like to keep an A.
Same with Southern.
A nomination. Okay, excellent. Thank you. 13072, pyriophenone on hemp, potential ECS data before approval for residue study. We have A nominating region is North Central and a B from Northeast. What is that, Tony?
Oh, that wasn't me. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. So we have A from North Central.
Yeah, keep an A.
The requesting state is missing, Tony.
Okay.
Thank you. And we go 13215 pentapyrad on peanuts is researchable residue and ECS data needed. We have A coming in from Southern region.
Unless I hear anyone else from the Southern region speak up, we're okay taking a B on this.
B on this one. Thank you, Janine. All right. And here we go. This is the last one. We are going to be discussing 13220 mandipropamid and difenconazole on quinoa. This project is researchable residue and ECS data needed. Western region has nominated A. Let me give a little bit of background on this one. There is a related PCR that had an ongoing project. It says complete with ongoing trials, 13001, which is actually oxythiopiprolin plus mandipropamid. So we would like to actually, and Jimmy, if you can capture 13001 right there, perfect, and that's the one. So this is the one. There was a database error, and it's updated to residue data only now. So that's why it was not nominated. But my understanding is that Syngenta would support the oxythiopiprolin plus Mandy for the problem that they have, which is a better option over the difenconazole one. So 13001 is better than 13220. I will shut up, and there are a lot more information because that's the Arondis Ultra product. But let me pause here. Maybe Catherine, you want to add comments, and then we'll kind of ask the folks out there in Western region to nominate.
I just wanted to say that since it's a project in Canada, this would be probably better for trade. And there are also differences in efficacy between the two combo products, with the OXTP combo being better for downy mildew.
And the residue data from Canada can be used, isn't it, Catherine?
Yeah. So there's 5 residue trials that are ongoing in 2021. So 1 in zone 5, 2 in zone 7, 2 in zone 14. And then they're doing a decline in flower processing.
So for downy, oxythiopiprolin plus Mandy is a better combo than just Mandy up there. So that's the plan. So with that said, that information, Michael or anybody out there in Western region, which one would you like to nominate?
Yeah, so just on that, the recommendation, unless anyone from the West has any objections, we'd take a B on 13220 and then have the A on the 13001. Anyone else from the West want to speak about this?
And I'd also like to ask Syngenta if they want to make a comment on this.
Hey, then, Gordon.
Go ahead, Gordon.
I think you've summarized it well.
Yep.
All right. Any other thoughts? Anything? We are at 3:05 mark. We are again a little bit ahead of time here. We got some time. We went through in pretty rapid fashion. If you thought some of your comments were not captured or anything that is.
Venkat, while we're sitting right there, 13001, you've wrote updated to residue only. I think what we're saying is we have the residue data coming out of Canada.
Coming out of Canada. Okay. So what should be the correct project status on that one?
I don't know.
Because are we sure absolutely at this point that we can use all the residue data from Canada? If it can't, and if we have to do some, and I don't know, I defer that to Debbie and her team.
Hi, Venkat. That's Galina from Syngenta, Canada. I have this product under my portfolio in Canada, and I think it's worthwhile. The residue studies that PMC is conducting, they have been designed to meet the Canadian requirements, the Canadian project. So we should double check whether those are enough to meet the requirements for EPA, just in case that there might be, I don't know, one or couple maybe additional studies that might be needed for EPA, but that should be confirmed.
Perfect. So if technically all the data that we can use from Canada into this one, we don't need to burn an A on this one, do we?
We looked at previous quinoa projects, and there was mostly the projects were in 10, 11, and 12. And for this Canadian project, I didn't really see that. So I'm wondering if we should do some in the Western region.
Well, my understanding, and this is based on the guidelines, is there are no guidelines for quinoa. They just don't exist. At the time that 860, 1500 was written, quinoa wasn't a thing. And the closest thing was maybe buckwheat. And so I think what this will take is a question directly to EPA. We have five trials in these zones. Is that sufficient? Because 5 trials was sufficient for buckwheat. And now it's just a matter of, does the zone really make a difference, given that everything's in the kind of that section of the world?
Rhonda, do you have a comment?
I want to see if Nancy had a comment. Any thoughts on this?
I mean, I don't know off the top of my head. I can check. We did just have a discussion with HED at the last technical working group meeting, and the most important thing is that there's enough trials. And IR4 has done quinoa trials, so somebody might be able to speak off the top of their head to whether 5 is enough. It seems right to me, but that there is some flexibility in where the zones where the trials are conducted, and if you can make a good case as to why it's relevant and appropriate, then that's okay. Debbie, that was my takeaway from the discussion with HED. Do you feel differently?
No, I think that's correct. I just haven't looked at it. I don't know when the data is going to be ready. But it's certainly something that we can look at and try to move forward without doing any residue studies, without having actually looked at the data and use pattern and everything else. I mean, you know, I can't guarantee it, but it sounds like a reasonable approach.
So from what I'm hearing, if it is okay, if we can take, if we don't have to burn an A on this one, we'll give it a B, and correct me if I'm wrong, and leave it the way it is, and definitely take this. This will move forward, but we'll do it differently. Would that work? I mean, that makes sense? Or Jerry, any thoughts?
Looks like we also have a cue from Armando. I wanted to make sure you got a chance to speak, and also Christine. Y'all go ahead.
I'll let Armando go first. This is Christine.
Oh, but it's a little different to what you're talking about. It's about the avocados and flacinum.
Okay, we'll come back to that in a bit. Armando, if
Okay,
you can
okay.
hold your thoughts up. Thank you.
All right.
Yes, this is Christine at PMC. I just wanted to confirm that we are doing the 5 trials this year, and it is the 1 zone 5, 2 zone 7, 2 zone 14. So the data will probably not be available to look at before we meet for the National Research Planning meeting. And we are conducting some efficacy as well. So we are happy to share that data with you when it is available. Some of the efficacy actually, I think, is done. Yeah, we did a trial in 2020, and we're doing 2 this year, 2022. So just wanted to share that information with you.
Thank you.
Artie, did you have a comment or question? Okay.
So I'd like to quickly check with Debbie to see what would be the ideal strategy. I mean, Debbie, any thoughts?
I mean, I think the risk is low about trying to use the Canadian data. In other words, I think it'll fly, but is it a guarantee? You know, no, not until we have a chance to look at it. And you know, looking at all the A's that we're getting, it seems like it would be the right move to try and move to do this in a different way and to do this using existing data.
Okay. Thank you, Debbie. We'll give it a B then on this one, but we'll move forward and explore ways to kind of get this using Canadian data. So maybe you want to color code that just for reference, Jimmy. Thank you. Okay. So any other discussion specific for 13001 on quinoa? Thank you. If you don't, okay, there was Armando. You had a question about something else on some other project.
Yeah, this regarding flacinum on avocados.
Okay, which is 08284, is that right?
That's right.
Yeah.
I really badly need a product, a systemic product for avocados for the control of scale and cercospora. We just have a strawberry abound, and we are using it intensively. And I'm afraid that we're going to have resistance to that one. Strawberries are very easy to get resistant. I mean, the fungus to strawberry. So I have been asking for that product for a long time. And I don't know why it's not, I mean, prioritized as it should be, I think, because we need really that something different to strawberries and on avocados. And the other product that we are using is copper, but you know, our soils are highly contaminated with copper. The residues on soils for copper are very, very high. So I don't know, I would like to reconsider that as an A because we really need another product.
This specific project, I just contacted the registrant and they confirmed it had to be efficacy before approval for a residue study. So that's why it's an H for high priority efficacy study. And then once the efficacy is obtained, that we get good reports, we would think it would be moved to a residue study.
So Armando, if you're saying you want fluazanam, that on avocado, if you're interested in that, that received the highest priority right now as an H.
Okay.
So that's a good thing. It's a very good thing that it got an H.
Okay, but why don't an A? I mean, because needs some residues or they need some efficacy?
Yes, exactly. What the registrant is asking is that it would like to first see efficacy data before any residue data is started.
Okay.
So it has to get only H, M or L, and it got H, which means high priority.
This is Jim Atascavage. Just a quick question. Who's the registrant for fluazanam? Is it Syngenta?
Yeah.
That's
So
ISK.
ISK, yeah.
ISK.
Well, Syngenta has some rights in the U.S. We requested this on almonds several years ago, and they said they didn't want foliar applications on trees because of health reasons. So I don't know if Syngenta wants to comment on that.
Yeah, this is Gordon. I'll make a comment, Jim. ISK has the rights. They're the ones that decide what gets done and what doesn't get done. We do have the in-use product, but we're not involved in this part of the discussion.
Well, when I asked, I'll say is when we asked for foliar applications on a tree crop, the answer was no. But the shielded vegetable crops where they're pointing the sprayers down was okay. So that I'm just giving you what happened. This is several years ago.
Thanks for that heads up.
Okay.
That'd be a question for Catherine to ask them, I guess.
Any other questions? I think I'm not.
I had a comment on the fenhexamide one again.
Go ahead.
I think the fenhexamide, the mint one for fenhexamide, I think it should say greenhouse transplant next to it for the fenhexamide one. And again, we're doing the basil residue study, and if this mint project was nominated as an A, we wouldn't need all those. We wouldn't need the rosemary, the sage, or the thyme as A priorities.
Right, 13158, is that the one you're talking about? Yeah, greenhouse transplant, exactly. Thank you, Catherine. Any other thoughts?
I had a quick question, Jim Atascavage here. Could EPA comment on thiophanate methyl topsin? We requested it for citrus and we were told it was a no-go. And I see it's on the list here for other crops. At the beginning of the day, we started with some vegetable crops, I guess it was. Yeah, it's a yellow here on radish. And I thought the risk, they told us the risk cup was full and there was no more crops. We also asked for it on olive just recently, last year or the year before, and we were told no also. So we had several requests in for thiophanate methyl, and the EPA apparently, because it's yellow, told us no. So just some clarification on the status of thiophanate methyl.
Yeah, hey, Jim, it has been read in the past. This is one that has worked its way through registration review and moved to yellow this year. It's yellow because the risk cup is fairly full, but there is room to move forward. And we actually gave thiophanate olive yellow this year.
Yeah, so some of us didn't have that information, and some of those things should be could be moved up to a priority from, because they were requested as A as recently as last year. And the same, the citrus one was several years ago, but the olive one was the most recent tree one. So anyway, I think that that's some miscommunication and prioritizing. It seems that should be reconsidered with the Bs that were listed. The converted ratings to Bs last year should have some also rating this year. Maybe Jerry Barron can comment on that.
Yeah, well, Jim, I'm a little confused with what your question is. So anything is classified as researchable gets sent into EPA on a given calendar year, and EPA updates that in any given calendar year. I'm not certain why these things would not be changed and they would not go through.
Yeah, so the question is that we should have put some of these back into the A nominations for the West because they were A's, and now because we didn't realize that the thiophanate methyl classification changed apparently in this last year, because a year before it was red, as was Nancy just indicated.
Mary, did you want to add a comment and come off mute?
Thanks. I just put the comments in the chat just to, we've had an SLN label for a number of years for non-food use, but it's a really important product for ginseng and the other crops in that crop grouping. So, I mean, it's good to hear from Nancy that it has gone to a yellow, and hopefully we can move this forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Well, yeah, go ahead.
Oh, this is Michael. I was just wondering, the general question. Can you let us know where we are in terms of A's across all three disciplines and H's?
Yeah, good. You literally grabbed what I was about to say. Thank you, Michael. I just want to point out first that in total, we should be getting to 38 priorities. You already know that. Just to get some perspective, pathology project itself is sitting at 43. Entomology and herbicides combined, weed science, I mean, we are somewhere like 36. Is that correct, Jimmy?
So currently we're at 77 for A's and 22.
But entomology and weed science combined is 36. Pathology itself is on its own is 43. And we got it. So in total, we have about 77. That's what Jimmy is showing there. The number 77 represents there are 77 A priorities across 3 disciplines, 43 itself in plant pathology. We got really a lot of work ahead of us, in front of us tomorrow. I mean, we really have to be a lot more diligent. And I can tell you that, I mean, we are way over on pathology right now. So we have to seriously sit down, think and group and say how, I know it's many of these are very, very important projects, but we just have to understand that we have a finite amount of resource, and that's what we are going with. There's an option for, like I said, 5 upgrade proposals in addition to these. And hopefully, please note, we will have an opportunity should the resources open up, hopefully the government being kind to us, and if we get up to where we want in budget, $14 million, then increasing the flat funding, there is an opportunity to capture some of these back into that. So just an FYI. So tomorrow there's a lot of work that needs to be done, and many of these will probably have to take a hit, go to B.
Hey, Venkat, this is Megan. I have a quick question.
Yes.
I'm counting a lot more H's than 22. I have 77 A's, but I have that we had 25 H's in weed science alone yesterday.
Yeah, I think the weed science ones are left out. 22 is Ento plus plant path.
Okay, that makes more sense. Gotcha. Thank you.
Thanks, Megan. Yep. So we'll take care of that. Yeah, we'll just look at that. But I think everyone is in agreement that on the residue projects we are about 77, and we have 43 right now for plant path.
Okay, great. Thanks. I just wanted to clear that up.
Thank you, Jerry. Any comments from your side on these?
Yeah, nothing at this point. I mean, yeah, you just hit the nail on the head. We'll have some work to do tomorrow to get this down to a reasonable number that we have to model for based on our budget. So it's going to be some cutting tomorrow, but we've done it before. We'll do it again. Hopefully, we'll come out of it with everyone feeling at least that we picked a good group and we're all satisfied with the results, and everyone didn't get what they wanted, but they didn't go home fully empty-handed.
Right. Thanks, Jerry. So with that said, now I want to kind of throw it up to RFCs. We have on our schedule at 4:10 to begin the integrated solutions. Question is, do we want to wait till 4:10 Eastern Standard Time to begin that? Or would you like to start in a few minutes? Let's start with Marilee. Any thoughts from your end?
Yeah, Venkat, I feel the same way as earlier today, that there might be people in our region that have not joined yet and wouldn't expect us to have started earlier. So I would prefer to wait.
Okay.
I'd second that.
Okay, perfect. So we shall, Maddie, if you can post a note that we will begin. Yep, thank you, appreciate that. And we'll pick back up at 4:10 p.m. EST. Thank you all. Appreciate your comments and your attendance.
Of course, Vin. So tomorrow morning when we begin, we'll begin around at 11 a.m. Eastern. And what we'll do for the first part of the day is our regional breakout caucuses. So from my understanding, the North Central and the Northeast region are caucusing together. But we will go through more instructions tomorrow, but we'll spend the first part of the day in our regional breakout. So when you join, we'll have 3 breakout rooms open, and there is a schedule for what topics or what disciplines your different region should be covering. So we'll be sending out reminders, broadcasting every 20 minutes or so, just to remind you to move on to the next discipline. And we'll have some open time at the end of that segment, just to make sure that each of the regions can wrap up their discussions. Again, we'll go through this in more detail tomorrow, but just be prepared tomorrow morning to have our regional caucuses.
Thank you, Maddie. And for those who have just joined, just want to let you know that already our communications team have posted the first pass on entomology and pathology food use priorities up there in the IR4 website. So if you get up there, if you want to take a look at how things are shaping up, you can take a look at that. And also the entomology integrated solutions first pass is also, results are up there. right after we finish the integrated solutions for pathology, we'll post them as well later today. And as Maddie pointed out, we'll pick first thing in the morning at 11 o'clock when we are starting. We'll do the breakout sessions, and then we'll run through the finalization of priorities for both food crops and integrated solutions, starting from 1 to 5. Starts at 1 o'clock. All right. Without any further delay, again, first thank you all to our event sponsors, and we are in the final stretch for today. For the integrated solutions. Next slide, Maddie, and thank you very much, appreciate that. Our goal is to, again, get 8 A priorities in total for all disciplines. And our biology leads are Doctors Hausbeck, McGrath, Ivy, Axtell, and Homa will lead the session. Thank you very much. All right, I will now share the screen. Are you all able to see the screen, Maddie?
Yes, we are. Looks good.
And I will cut out on the video just in case to save the bandwidth. All right, here we go. These, by the way, this is, again, very quickly the dashboard view of integrated solutions nominations for 2021. We have received a total of 62 and 27 for pathology projects. And we have a carryover of about 9 projects from 2021. And this year we'll be selecting 8 new projects. And by the way, very quickly, I wanted to give an opportunity to Catherine to share her thoughts on the carryover projects. Back to you, Catherine.
Okay, thanks, Venkat. So for the bitter rot of apple, we only have 1 year of data since we lost every trial this year to frost. I think that was 3 trials. So since there's only 1 year of data, that would be good to have another year. The powdery, downy mildew, cucurbits, strawberry, and coffee rust are all new for 2021. With them, I know that the strawberry trial is just getting started. It was supposed to start this month for nematodes, and you know that's a comprehensive protocol when it involves nematodes. So we won't receive results for a while. The powdery and downy mildew are in progress. I've been sent some results from Michigan and New York. I think California is still underway. And then we heard about the coffee rust earlier. There were some successful trials there, but there's additional data that's needed for the benzodiazepine the most. So, and I don't think we received the results from Hawaii yet. So these would be considered ongoing.
Thank you, Catherine. Any questions for Catherine on any of these? Great. We'll jump into these projects. By the way, I just want to let you know on the superscript along the IS number here, the common superscript indicates that there's a potential to combine these into a single project if it makes sense. And under an organic project, we can also, within the same project, we can test conventional products as well. It's important that we test multiple products. That's one of the key criteria for integrated solutions. So having said that, I'll start off with the first question. We have IS0012 and IS00414. which is 13 and 14 on your PDF page if you're following PDFs. Both these are, one is black rot on organic grapes and black rot, same problem we are looking at, and the nominations are coming from Northeast. Any comments there?
Yes, and Kat, this is an A for the Northeast, and I want to point out that when ISO 0414 request was submitted, I believe that was intended to be a PPWS. It was mistakenly put in as mitigation.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, that would make it easier to combine them, I believe, because with a PPWS, we could put organics in with that, right?
That's right.
Okay. So can we make that change? The requester, I believe, might be on the line too. Mahfuz Rahman?
Yes, I am online.
Would you like to speak to that? Is that correct?
Yes, black rot on grapes is a problem for us, and I think this is the #1 problem. And many of our small growers actually do not use any harsh chemicals. So in many cases, they want to use chemicals that are easily available online or from local stores, and they want to combine with other practices so they can get a good handle on that problem.
Thank you. So what I'm hearing is we make, for example, we can make this as an A and we can make this as a B. Would that work?
Yes.
Well, if we can combine, we can probably keep it as an A.
Yes, okay. So, and Katie, if you can make this into PPWS, please capture that in your notes. Thank you.
Sure thing. Also, Venkat, I want to point out there's quite a list of potential products and also researchers that can do the work and would like to do the work. So we have that.
Okay. Catherine, any comments from your end?
I guess the one question I want to make sure is, I guess I read Mary Lee's emails that she provided. I guess some of them are already registered in grape, but there's limited efficacy data for some of those products. Unless I misunderstood the comments.
I did hear that about one of them, Catherine, Serenade, but there's
there's a bunch of other new ones then. I just want to make sure that we're testing some new ones that aren't just already registered in grape.
That's right.
Mary Lee, I think Meng Zun provided a list of products.
He did.
Yeah, I think he was the one that said like some of them are registered but in grape already, but there was limited data. But I could be wrong about interpreting that.
Okay, maybe one of them has data. I also have a comment that Serenade doesn't work on that disease, so that wouldn't be a good one, but we still have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 that Menglin has identified.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to make sure that these were some new products to test.
Okay, good. Thank you. We'll go to IS 00021 and 50, again, Phytophthora for peppers or field fruiting vegetables here. There's a potential opportunity for us to combine this into a single project. And the nominations came in from Northeast and North Central on the first one and Northeast from the second one. Any thoughts on that?
An A for North Central.
Yes,
Okay.
for the Northeast also.
Can we make this a B then?
I think I'd make the fruiting vegetables one an A and the peppers a B.
I agree.
Okay, that makes sense. Would it work for you, Tony?
Yeah, that works.
Okay. All right. Then there is, we are jumping on now to IS 00030. It's on page 6, timber rot on fruiting vegetables. We received a nomination from Northeast.
I think if I don't hear any objections, I will take a B for this.
Okay, we'll go with a B on that one. IS 00031, Southern Blight on tomato and peppers. We received A from Southern region.
Hey, Venkat. Oh,
I'd like to keep it as an B, as an A, sorry.
As an A. Okay.
yeah, I'm not, I'll just speak to that from the southern region. I'm not sure who that was. But from the southern region, yeah, this is definitely an increasing problem in the southeast, and limited options for organic producers. There are a couple of products listed or suggested, I think the Biotam and the Root Shield. I don't know if Alan Henn wants to speak more about this project and the need for it. I know we already have an A, but I just thought if there's any more solutions.
We are seeing more of this problem coming towards north. And in last few years, I have seen it on tomatoes, peppers, and also even on carrots. So, I have done some work on an integrated option on verticillium, combining anaerobic soil disinfestation and biologicals. And it produced very good results. So I think very similar approach can be taken. So the biological product that I used is called TerraGrow, which has is a cocktail of 6 different beneficial bacteria and fungi.
Okay, good. All right, well, we'll support that as an A as well. Thank you.
Thank you. IS 00035, it's on page 17 on your PDF. Laurel wilt on avocado. We already discussed some of these avocado projects in the food use section. We have an A from Southern region.
Yeah, Venkat, this is absolutely a huge issue. There are a lot of research being done in this area, some resources going towards it. So I think we can kind of hold off and give this a B for now, unless anyone else wants to speak up for it.
Thank you, Jenny. IS 00057, downy mildew on basil. We have an A from Northeast.
What do you think, Catherine? We nominate this for an A?
Yeah, my only question is what products would we test that we haven't tested in the last couple of years? Because this one's been
right
kind of nominated a number of times.
It has, and
I know Meg would be mad at me, and Rick, but I know there's an organic. I think there's the organic component, and then there's, I guess, just the downy mildew one. There's 2 of them on here. I mean, we tested that fluoxypiperlin last year as a separate protocol. I mean, would this be like combinations and alternations? I mean, is it stuff that's already registered and we're just doing, like a grower program, or what is this one says pest problem without solution, but there's a number of solutions now. We could bring it back up with Meg. I think Meg's gonna be on tomorrow, but I just don't know any new ones to test really.
okay, well, thank you, Catherine. Yeah, I agree. I I guess we'll keep it an A and let Meg have a chance to address this tomorrow.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. IS 00059 organic. This is on the organic apples fire blight. And we received Dave from Northeast.
I just want to make a comment on this one. We just did 2 years of fire blight, palm fruit.
Right.
Did pears and the rest did apples. But I know there's other products. I just don't, I wanted to bring up that we just did this for 2 years and we're getting, I think we have the results from 2020, but not all of them from 2021.
Exactly. Yeah. Good point,
Yeah.
Kat.
I feel as though it would be good to give that some time and see how that all shakes out and maybe revisit it after that. So I think that unless there are any objections, we'll take a B.
Any objections? Okay, thank you. IS 008-9 and 99. So there's a potential opportunity for these. That's bacterial speck spot canker on tomatoes. And the other request came on for the fruiting vegetables. So very similar in nature. We can keep, if there's a serious interest in keeping them alive, at least one of them can be kept alive and given a higher priority. We got nominations from Northeast and North Central region.
Yeah, keep an A for the 9-9 for North Central.
All right, Tony. So if it makes sense to combine these together, can we give a B to this one?
Yes.
Any objections?
No.
The only concern I have for this one is we did this also. We did it a couple years ago as a separate organic and then a conventional protocol. And conventional wise, I don't see that much to test, but maybe organically there's more to test, but this one was pretty difficult. I mean, even the conventional products didn't control the disease, so any help's appreciated with possible products.
Yeah, since Tony and Marilee, this was submitted a while back, my question is, are there any newer products that are attached to this one? Any opportunities there that needs to be explored?
I see a comment in the chat from Sally Miller explaining that she's done some work with Howler and Thea and provided significant control.
Okay. Yep. All right.
I'm gonna come off mute and elaborate on that at all. If not, that's fine too. Just want to give you the chance.
Is Michael Braverman on that? Because he did a organic one previously.
Yes, I'm on. Yeah, we've done some work with Faj and also cranberry extracts, a few things. We had some control, I'd say. I think Sally Miller also did a number of those tests, so she could probably speak to those.
Okay. Well, what we'll do is we'll give it an A and we'll perhaps have more discussion tomorrow on this one. Yep. Okay. IS 00098. It's bacterial leaf spot, angular leaf spot on cucurbits. We have a nomination from Northeast.
I don't know. Again, Catherine, what do you think? I know Meg wanted this as an A, and I'd like to have her be able to speak to it, but she mentioned one new potential product, Garda.
Okay. I mean, we could keep it like the downy mildew one, and just so that she can comment, we need some more products, you know, that aren't registered already on it.
Is it okay to give A for now?
Yeah, just for now.
Okay. All right. Here we go. It's IS 00100, page 4 on PDF, and it's black rot on brassicas. We got an A from Northeast region.
This is a similar one, except Meg, this is an A that Meg also wanted and provided a list of products. I think we've done quite a bit of work in the past on this one. Do you want to comment on this one, Catherine?
I looked at this one and there's a lot of registered products for it. I think it was Aviv, Oleo, double nickel, per carb, Regalia, and Serenade, but yeah, it's just that there's nothing that's listed for new products. I think what I thought she wanted to do is test the registered products and rotations or combinations to help growers with the, you know, that where things are currently registered in a program, but I don't know if that's what the goal is of this program would be. But that's just my concern there. I'd rather test some new products than currently registered ones, you know, as a grower program. I mean, we could keep it as an A so Meg can have her comments, because I'd rather not kill it right away, but that's how I understood this project to be also.
Okay. Right, we'll give it an A for now. Thank you. IS 00110. This one has number a page, it's appearing on page 9. Phytophthora crown and fruit rot in summer squash. We got an A from Northeast.
North Central supports that A2.
North Central is going to give an A as well. That's what I heard. Okay, thanks, Tony. IS 00115 on Rhizoctonia strawberry, and this is an A from Northeast.
Oh, gosh, I see no potential products listed. We have no Me Too's from the Northeast. I do think Mafus was interested in this one.
Yeah, it's very similar to Southern Blight. You know, we get lots of black root rot complex, especially on perennial strawberries. So all the potential product has been listed, but very similar approach we can take with mustard meal biofumigation and combination of beneficial bacteria, and basically we need to determine whether Rhizoctonia population changes in soil due to the treatment. That part has not been done, so the interest is basically there to evaluate the Rhizoctonia population that is the major cause of black root rot complex.
Do we have any unregistered products in this one, Mahfouz?
Not really, like fumigation was the basic way option to eliminate all these soil-borne issues, but in the absence of methyl bromide, other fumigants are not really doing a good job. And also many of the organic and small growers, it's extremely difficult for them to use fumigants nowadays because of all the regulations and other things. And also for custom applicators coming to the small growers is not an option, because they will not come like 1, 2, or 3 acres of land, you know. So that's why the locally available options like mustard biofumigation or mustard meal, those are the real opportunity for small growers.
So what I'm hearing is, while this is a significant problem, you can't seem to have too many, you don't seem to have too many products at the moment that are not registered that you're willing to test. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, like not like PC, like, you know, chemical wise, not that many.
Right.
That
so
we can use.
Right, I understand. So what are your thoughts? Do we continue to, can we give it a B on this one at the moment?
That should be fine, yeah.
Right, thank you. Thank you, Mahfouz. IS 00124, page number 19. Organic basil, the problem is downy mildew in basil, and we talked about basil just a little while ago.
Yeah, this one should be combined with that other one.
Right. So we'll make a note to combine this with the other one. That one got a A, so we'll make this a B. Fair enough?
Yeah, and we're not so sure if it'll stay an A either, so.
Right. Is that okay? I mean, Tony, I mean, we have the nominating regions East and the North Central.
Yeah, that's okay. Well, what's the number of the one that you gave an A to?
We can make this an A and make the other one, or that one is 57, so it doesn't matter.
I would keep that
Okay.
as an A and then make sure that includes organic and conventional, I guess. And
Right.
then the other one's just organic.
Right, okay. So we'll give this a B. Perfect.
That sounds good.
Yeah, I could comment on this as well. Really, we did downy mildew trials for a number of years on organic basil, and probably the best that we were able to get was really using resistant varieties, along with some treatments. It helped keep the basil alive a little bit longer, but it eventually went down. Even the resistant lines, so, I mean, are there new, effective downy mildew products for organics? That's what I would ask.
Gotcha.
Hello, this is Jaimin Patel from Lincoln, Missouri. I have recently done a review on several pesticides, particularly organic, registered for organic, and I did not find any effective fungicides, particularly for organic basil cultivation.
Thank you, Jamie. Any other thoughts? Okay, we move on now. IS 00127, again, downy mildew problem in organic cucurbits.
And we're currently doing that cucurbit downy mildew protocol under IS 00344.
Okay. So Northeast region, any comments on this one?
And we can take a B.
Okay, thank you. And we had discussed this fire blight, but it's now on organic pears, IS 0140.
We did pear in one of them. I think, I'm not sure if it was Jim or Washington that did the pear.
Right. Okay, and we have a nomination from Northeast. Any thoughts on that?
I think we can take a B while they're sorting out the results from the other trial.
Okay. All right, we go with these two projects here. Seems like they're a little bit similar. With both, the problem is the Phytophthora on cucurbits and the other one for organic cucurbits. And
What was-
nominate.
We had another Phytophthora one too. Up. Yeah, that one, I guess.
Right here.
There
Yeah.
was another one too.
So yeah. So yeah, we got quite a few cucurbits here.
Was there another one in addition to the summer squash, or am I just thinking of that? I guess not.
I think it's just those three, Catherine.
Okay.
So a similar situation is with the fruiting vegetables, if they could be combined.
Okay. So this is somewhat similar if you agree that these three are 110, 147, and 302 are similar. We've already given A to this. Can we go ahead and give a B to both these?
Should it be one of the ones that's for cucurbit instead of one that's specific for squash?
Yeah.
Or we give this one an A and give a B to both these.
Well, yeah, okay.
Sounds good?
Does anybody have a problem with that? That nominated the summer squash?
Speak or hold your peace. Any thoughts on this one?
If I could just speak to the cucurbit in Phytophthora. So, for instance, with cucumber, the plants are somewhat resistant. So there we're trying to protect the fruit. For the zucchini and summer squash, of course, the plant and fruit are quite susceptible. And there's a little bit different program to follow there. And then the hard squash, of course, is especially difficult because you have a long maturity time, but you can combine it with age-related resistance. So when we talk about cucurbits, I'd probably take cucumbers out of that group, and then it kind of narrows it down to the summer squash, zucchini, or the hard squash. They're just different systems, but still, we have similar problems.
Okay.
So would it be better to keep the squash as an A and then make the cucurbits both of the cucurbits a B?
Yeah, I think if the summer squash is probably a bit of an easier system than the hard squash, and so maybe to start off with that, and then again, yellow squash is more susceptible than green zucchini. And so, kind of like Michael was talking about with the basil, like combining some known, I guess, genetic resistance, or at least reduce susceptibility with some products might get you, some success. So then for the summer squash, maybe looking for a system where the plant isn't as wildly susceptible as some of the yellow summer squash, and then knowing that you don't have to protect the fruit for such a long time, it just might be a better recipe for success than going with the hard squash.
Okay, so am I hearing that supportive of that idea that potentially this can be made A and these two can be made B?
I think that could make sense if others are in agreement.
Based on what Mary said, any issues with this one? This proposal, you guys are good?
Yeah, I agree with it if that's what the issue is more in squash.
Okay. Wonderful. We'll go with IS 00149, downy mildew, again, organic cucurbits.
And again, this was the protocol from last year.
Yep. We have A from Northeast to North Central. So since this has been looked at, any thoughts on this, Tony and Marilee?
Well, I would say unless there was an objection, we can take a B.
Same here. Unless Mary, you feel different.
I'm good with that. Again, a strategy would have to be using some of the commercial varieties that have some intermediate level of resistance and then combining it with the OMRI certified materials, but it's a pretty tough disease. So I think a B is okay.
And we can work on, the second year of that protocol too.
Absolutely. And maybe there'll be a couple winners that we can move forward.
Okay. So we'll give it a B then. We are IS 00156. It's tuber decay in yams. We have A priority from Southern region.
Yes, this is from Puerto Rico, and we talked about this a couple years ago. They're still looking for some solutions. It's certainly an issue. Let's make that a B, please, Venkat.
Okay, thank you. IS 00161, organic sweet potato, fungal problems post-harvest. So we got an A from Southern region.
Yes, this is an A. Lena Quesada at North Carolina State. I don't know if she's still on. She said she had to jump off, but she's got a couple of products that she's ready to test. So let's keep this an A, please.
Thank you. IS 00324, and it's fire blight on apple. A from Northeast.
Yeah, this is one that we've been working on. So I believe unless there's an objection, we'll take a B.
Take a B on this one. Okay. IS 00355, botrytis problem in strawberry. Northeast is nominated in A. Do we have any my first question on this one, Marilee, is do we have any products?
Yeah, I see no names in the database. No Me Too's. No, I actually don't even see a requester in the database, and I don't see a list of potential products. So unless there's an objection, I would take a B.
Okay, thank you. IS 00369, who might see pathogen problems in hemp. And we got A nomination from South.
North Central would also support an A for this.
The only concern I have with this one is who would actually, what registrants would actually support it to go forward, but I guess this data would help support them in moving forward, but it's just that concern that, a lot of the major ones are listing it as, well, on hold for now.
Yeah, that's a really good point, Catherine. Really, we've got that Cyazofamid that we're hoping to pursue in the residue program, but we don't know that for sure. But that's absolutely what we're going to try to do. But as we've seen with some of the other IS projects, we've really gotten registrant support. I'm sure there's a lot of other stuff going on, but I wonder how much these projects help them to see that data and want to support it. So I'm okay with keeping that as an A for now, and we can talk about it some more.
Did we have a comment from Mary?
I think we have a comment from Jana.
I can go if Mary isn't. I'll just jump in. We still don't have any synthetic fungicides labeled for any sort of cannabis production. But in the case of hemp Pythium, we've already documented losses from as low as 20% to as high as 100%. The other nice thing about this product, the thiazofamide, is Pythium was the original interest from us in the North Central, but we're now also having serious problems with downy mildew. And this is a very effective product against downy mildew as well. So I understand what Janine and Catherine were saying, but this is also sort of a chicken and egg sort of process where we can't get the data to drive the process forward, and we can't drive the process forward without the data.
Okay, no, those are good points. Catherine? Or,
We can make it an A. I'm just,
okay.
you know, it's more than efficacy, I think, is the issue, but that's just another whole different problem.
Okay, we'll give it an A. Thank you.
Completely agree.
IS 00411, root rot on mung bean. We have A from North Central.
I had a cue from Jean from Iowa State. Jean, go ahead.
Hi. We're beginning to work with mung bean, and we're in an area that is in a university that is developing mung bean varieties, and mung bean is becoming a really large part of the direct bean for people to eat. And very few mung beans are grown in the United States right now, although there's a lot of products that are sold by commercial producers such as egg substitutes and Beyond Meat and quite a few others that probably our reader can talk about. And we've been doing screening of diseases for mung bean in the temperate zone, since most of it is done in the humid areas. And we found that mung bean is highly sensitive to a lot of soybean diseases, such as sudden death syndrome and rhizoctonia and pythiums and things like that. So we think a seed treatment would be a really excellent way of combating this. The majority of mung bean growers that would be producing in the United States would be organic producers. So there are no organic products available as seed treatments in the United States. There's some conventional products that are available for seed treatments, but the efficacy of these is really unknown. So I think Artie could maybe talk to you all. I see she's here now. She could talk to you about the importance of mung bean, but we have developed a broad range of seed treatments that we want to test, so to help our growers increase their production of mung bean in the central part of the United States. So are you there, Artie?
Yeah, so I would like to chip in a few points I have in my mind. So I'm in process of releasing mung bean in 2023, some of the varieties, and next year they are going to go in multi-location trial, and we have some very promising lines which we want to release in 2023. Having said that, we don't have any herbicide labeled or fungicide labeled for mung beans, and in order to recommend farmers, we really need this. This is a need of hour for my crop. And as you know, like most of the plant-based, for egg producing, mung bean is the best. And there are producers also who are looking for seed. I get phone calls every other day. So if this mung bean can get labeled, these fungicides can get labeled for mung bean, I think that will be a great help for this crop. And I'll really appreciate your help with this.
All right.
I have one more thing to add. Sorry to interrupt. Also, you may not know much about mung bean, but it is one of the few drought tolerant beans that could be grown in the Midwest. Most of the edible beans are not drought tolerant, except for, I think it's chickpea, right? Is that the other one that's drought tolerant?
Yeah, but chickpea is a cool season legume crop, and we can't grow it in Midwest.
Right. So anyway, it also is a really good fit for future agricultural needs as with the changing climate.
Okay, makes sense. Thank you both. Appreciate you giving us a perspective on mung bean. I think we'll go with an A on this one. And are there any other comments before we start paring things down? Okay, so let's see where we are. We got 9 or 11 exactly priorities for fungicides. We got 11 for fungicides for pathology group and 11 for entomology as well today. And I think as you can see, I mean, there's going to be a lot of work that needs to be done tomorrow, and there's some high level of discussion that's going to happen to bring these numbers down. But thank you very much for all your help and support and participation and comments. They're very valuable and very important for us. These are some of my colleagues are already capturing these. So with that said, let me check with Catherine. Catherine, any other comments from your end on this one?
No, I guess for the mung bean, I'd like to, if you had a list of different products to test. I guess you said there were some more resistant varieties. You wanted seed treatments?
It's in the products are in the protocol, I guess.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that there was some products to test.
Yeah, we had several products that were tested. I'm sorry, I don't have up my protocol right now, but we have some organic as well as conventional products, including Alivo, which is active against SDS, which is a problem in our trials for mung bean.
Okay, thank you.
Perhaps you can also think, if you're looking at Alivo, maybe depending on the kind of problem you have, maybe Saltro is another seed treatment that might be very effective, especially if Fusarium is a big problem. Anyway.
Say that one again, would you? I'm going to write it down.
Saltro, maybe you may want to reach out with, to Syngenta and check with them. That's a seed treatment product.
Okay.
Pretty effective for SDS.
Yes, Idiflumethafen is very effective as a seed treatment on sudden death syndrome.
Okay.
Excellent.
I'll check into that. Yeah, we just did the basic straight herb fungicide of all the different, one of each group, just kind of as a proof of concept.
Okay,
thank you for that suggestion.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you all again, once again, much appreciated. We will be posting this spreadsheet to the website. Please take a moment if you would like to check and make comments or work with your regional field coordinators on this to support your products. Please work with them. We'll come back again tomorrow at 11 o'clock with breakout rooms as Maddie has indicated. Before we log off, I'd like to ask Jerry. Jerry, any last minute thoughts or comments from your end?
Yeah. Oh, first of all, thanks everyone for the great cooperation and great discussion today. Just made this whole couple days seem pretty very positive. As Venkat indicated, we do have some work to do tomorrow. We have the regional breakout meetings that start at 11, and then we go really where the fun starts is when we have to start working hard to pare down this list. I just urge everyone to come into this cooperatively, recognizing we can't do it all. And, we try to do our best with the money that we're given from Congress, but we have our limitations. So it's really important for you all to tell us what are the most important ones. And we're hoping that we can do that tomorrow. If not, we'll have to come back on Thursday and wrap it up. So think about tonight, what's really important and what maybe can wait till next year, and be willing to share that tomorrow with your colleagues. So that's all I want to say right now. Again, thanks to Mary, Meg, and Melanie, as well as Alice for their support. And of course, Catherine, with all the activities you do. So thanks again so much. And we'll talk to everyone tomorrow.
Thank you, Jerry. Maddie, any other finally before we log off? Anything else?
No, not for me. Thank you, Venkat.
Thank you all. Have a good evening. We'll see you tomorrow. Take care. Bye-bye.